Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's the third day of this World Test Championship final between Australia and India, and Australia in a very dominant position as we enter this third day of this WTC final. And Australia will be looking to press home their advantage. India have a lot of work to do to try and get something on this third day in this WTC final. But at the moment, it's all with Australia. They had a pretty good day yesterday on day 2. Day 1 was the same as well. And will it be the same on day 3? You would think Australia in the box seat, and they should be able to press home their advantage in this third day. Traditionally, day 3, a moving day in Test match cricket, of course. About the situation at stumps, heading into day 3 today, India 151 for 5 from 38 overs. They trail by 318, which is the concern for India. That's a big deficit to make up on a pitch that's starting to play some tricks and starting to show signs of wear and tear and deterioration as well. As the Australian players make their way out to the middle, and the Indian batters, Rahane and Bharat, so the wicketkeeper, will be making their way out to the middle as well. Nice and sunny at the Oval today, not a cloud in the sky. It looks like it's going to be a rain-free day. We do have some rain forecast for tomorrow on day 4 and day 5, but I don't think that will have much of an impact on this test match, as both teams are out in the middle now, and we're about to get this third day started. Australia and India from the Oval. And Australia looking to press home their advantage in this test match. And an uphill battle for India as well. Well, Australia yesterday will be pleased with taking 5 wickets. Half the Indian side is out. Pat Cummins with a smile on his face, looking happy. Scott Boland was superb yesterday. And he'll be looking for another good day with the ball. It looks like he's going to open up today. First over of day 3 will be bowled by Scott Boland. Just gave his cap to umpire Gaffney and tiny shoelace there, and he's raring to go. Scott Boland had a wonderful spell yesterday with the ball. Got the key wicket of Gill, probably one of the deliveries of the day, one that just jagged back from outside off stump, and Shubman Gill misjudged that delivery and that line, and he was castled, and he was sent back to the pavilion, and India lost 2 wickets in the space of no time. Ajinkya Rahane, KS Bharat, the wicketkeeper, last experience batting partnership for India in this innings. Once Australia break this partnership, they get into the tail, and then you would think the innings would finish up very quickly. So we're not far away. Scott Boland to begin proceedings on this third morning. He'll be bowling right arm over the wicket to Ajinkya Rahane. We're underway. Bowling into Rahane. This one on the pads. Rahane works it behind square down to long leg. He will pick up a single. First runs of the morning for Ajinkya Rahane and for India. Rahane moves on to 30. KS Bharat on 5. Yet to face the ball this morning. He will do that now. Pat Cummins relaxed. Not really flustered. Quite relaxed, which is the important thing for the captain to do. And he'll be hoping that Australia can wrap up this Indian innings quickly this morning, get out there and start batting again. I don't think Australia will enforce the follow-on. Bowling in now to Bharat. Bowled him! Clean bowled him! Second ball of the morning. KS Bharat, clean bowled, and Scott Boland breaks through for Australia. What a delivery from Scott Boland, straight through the defences of KS Bharat. He is clean bowled, and India are 6 down for 152. And that's the wicket that Australia needed early on day 3. Scott Boland does it again. This one just on that off stump, just coming back into Bharat. And the Singh bales go flying, and Chaos Bharat is gone. He's gone for 5. India lose their first wicket of day 3, second ball of the morning, and it's Chaos Bharat. He is gone for 5. And India lose their first wicket, and that's what Australia needed, an early wicket to begin proceedings. And that's what's happened here. Well, he's done it again, Scott Boland. A very good delivery. One just came back in to Chaos Bharat, and he is gone. India lose their first wicket, second ball of day 3, and Australia cock a hoop. And for Scott Boland, he gets the first wicket of the morning. And Bharat, the keeper, he's got to go. And Australia now into the Indian tail. Shardul Thakur comes out to the middle to join Ajinkya Rahane. India lose their 6th wicket on 152. They trail by 318, 317 now. They ran a single. First ball of the over. Shardul Thakur arrives at the crease. Got a lot of work to do with Ajinkya Rahane, but India, that's not the start they wanted on day 3. Scott Boland breaking through to remove Chaos Bharat for 5. 2 for 30 for Scott Boland. He's bowled really well, very economical, doesn't leak too many runs. So Boland in to Thakur. This one wraps Thakur on the gloves, and it goes out to the leg side for no run. We've seen that today. We've seen it throughout the test match thus far, the pitch a bit up and down. This one going straight through the defences of Chaos Bharat. And Scott Boland, he's that sort of bowler where he's just going to bowl that stump-to-stump line, target the stumps. Most of his dismissals are going to be bowls and maybe LBWs. But on that occasion, right on the money. And he's happy, Scott Boland. That's the first wicket for Australia to begin day 3 of this World Test Championship final. Australia in the boxy. Bowling in to Thakur. This one wraps him on the pads again. And it balloons up to the leg side. No one there to catch it. I think they just came off the pad and there's no run. But thanks for joining us, everyone. We'll be here for the next couple of hours for this first session of play. If you want to offer your thoughts and what you're thinking about this match, do let us know. Scott Boland. 2 balls left of his 12th over. 2 balls left of the first over of the day. Chaos Bharat, he will be very disappointed to get out second ball this morning. So Boland in now to Thakur, and Thakur defends out to the offside for no run. Scott Boland just having a look again at the dismissal of Bharat. Disturbing the middle and off stump. And the Australian slip cordon, very happy indeed. And Scott Boland breaking through early on this 3rd morning. So last ball of Boland's first over. He's now in now to Thakur. Outside edge and dropped. Dropped at 3rd slip by Usman Khawaja. He got a finger to it. It's racing to the boundary. It won't quite get there to the boundary for 4. They'll get 2 runs at the end. Steve Smith will cut that off for 2. It's the end of the over. It is 6 for 154. Nearly an opportunity there for Australia and for Scott Boland. Nearly got a second wicket there. The outside edge from Thakur just got it over Khawaja at 3rd slip. And luckily, it didn't go to hand for India's point of view. But for Australia, it's a good start, good first over of the morning. Creating opportunities and chances. Chaos Bharat, first wicket to fall today for 5. India in a bit of trouble. Pat Cummins, the captain, he had a bit of a tough day yesterday. Pat Cummins, he got the wicket of Rohit Sharma, LBW, but didn't quite look at his fluent best. Pat Cummins out of rhythm. He hasn't played a lot. The last test he played was in Delhi in the last series that Australia played against India in India for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. But he's in now for his first ball of day 3 to Rahane, who's on strike. Cummins in to Rahane. This one goes past the outside edge of Rahane. He leaves, and there's no run. Well, the last ball, the last server, Scott Boland got the outside edge of Thakur's bat, but he got enough on this Thakur to get it over Usman Khawaja's head at third slip. Usman Khawaja nearly got a fingertip, I should say, to it. Let's have a look. Yes, he did get a hand to it. Just beaten Usman Khawaja for pace there. He was surprised by that outside edge by Thakur on the last ball of Scott Boland's last over. This one defended by Rahane for a dot ball onto the leg side. Well, India, the top order, the middle order have struggled. And now we're into the tailenders. Nothing much to hope on them. All averaging around about 19, 11, 10. So you would think that this innings could fall away quickly. As Cummins is in now to Rahane, gets an inside edge, and it trickles out behind square on the leg side. Scott Boland does the field at fine leg, and they'll pick up a single, and that will bring Thakur on strike, who didn't look convincing in the last over to Scott Boland, and those couple of balls he faced off him. Certainly the last ball, the last over from Scott Boland, got that outside edge and didn't look convincing at all. So he will be tested. The Australians up and about. The Indian team very disappointed with how they played in this test match thus far. Thakur takes guard. Looks like he's going to take a leg stump guard to Pat Cummins. Richard Linworth standing in his 64th test match, officiating this final alongside Chris Gaffney, who's at square leg. So here we go. Pat Cummins now to Thakur. He's in now. Cummins now past the umpire. He's in now to Thakur. Thakur defends this onto the offside, looking for a quick single. Rahane says no, and it's a dot ball. 2 balls left of Pat Cummins' first over of day 3. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll be here for the next couple of hours for this first session. Obviously, I know it's probably a foregone conclusion now that probably Australia will go on to win this final. But anything can happen in the game of cricket, as we know. India 6 for 155. They trail by 314. Cummins now into Thakur. This one a short ball, and Thakur works it behind square on the leg side, and Scott Boland will do the fielding again at long leg. Cut it off for 2, and Thakur moves on to 4. Off 6, Rahane 31 off 75. The first wicket to fall was in the first over of the day. Second ball, and that was KS Bharat. He was going for 5, clean bowled by Scott Boland. And that was pretty much the last recognised batting partnership for India in their lineup. And now Australia have got their nose into the tail, and they'll be looking to wrap it up as quickly as they can. Cummins in to Thakur. This one full outside edge, driven by Thakur. He plays and misses this one. It was full outside off stump. He went for the cover drive. Didn't quite get the outside edge there, but it's the end of the over. It's 6 for 157. India trail by 312. India trail by 312 runs. In a very difficult situation. It's not an ideal position to be in for India. But Australia have been dominant, and they have been dominant over the last 2 days of this World Test Championship final. You would think that they should be able to go on and win it, Australia, and that's the case now. With a big lead in the second innings, it's Going to be very tough for India. 6 for 157. Scott Boland to continue now to Rahane. He's in now. This one short, inside edge from Rahane. Back on to his body. And there's no run. Scott Boland already asking questions. We saw that in the first server. We saw that second ball when he got rid of Bharat. But he always asks questions, Scott Boland. He always bowls that good line, back of the length, just outside off stump. And not as quick as the other Australian bowlers like Stark or Cummins. But he doesn't have to be quick because he's so accurate. And that's why he's so good. Bowling in now to Rahane, an outside edge by Rahane to Cameron Green at the gully. There's no run. So India on the ropes. Australia well in control on day 3. Hello, centre half forward. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're well. I hope you're enjoying the cricket. Australia well on top. If you're an Australian supporter, you'll be excited by how Australia have been playing in this test. But if you're an Indian supporter, not so much. It has been a tough test match for them. Bowling in now to Rahane. This one short of a length. Rahane gets an inside edge down to long leg. And a single will be taken. And Thakur will be on strike. 6 for 158. India trail by 311. That is a daunting task ahead of them. And Rahane. He's batted well, Rahane. He's probably the only Indian batter, maybe Jadeja, that have batted with some ease. Had a good partnership of 71. All the others have struggled on this pitch. That's expected to get a lot difficult as we progress towards the end of the match. Centre half forward, you say, yes, I'm an Australian supporter. As Boland's in now to Thakur. This one down the leg side and it beats Alex Carey. It races to the boundary for 4 byes. So Scott Boland just... one of those rare times where he strays off his length in line. On that occasion, that was down the leg side. And for Alex Carey, he could not cut that off. Didn't quite get it right there, Scott Boland. But he'll be back on the money, that's for sure, next ball. Centre half forward, you say, yes, I'm an Australian supporter. Is Murphy playing? No. Centre half forward, Murphy's not playing in this test match. As Boland's into Thakur, this one, an outside edge. It will beat Cameron Green in the gully, racing down to the third man boundary. It will get into the rope for 4. Nathan Lyon can't cut it off. So a boundary there for Shardul Thakur. Back-to-back boundaries for India, but, you know, it's still a daunting task. 6 down for 160 odd. That one just racing down to third man. Nathan Lyon got the wicket of Jadeja just before stumps last night, and he couldn't cut that off into the boundary rope for 4. Centre half forward says, because when they were singing the national anthem on the first day, him and Nessa were there. Yes, they're a part of the squad for this final, but they're not in the playing 11, of course. So they were named in the squad for this final. And Thakur defends onto the leg side for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. Quite a rare, expensive over there from Scott Boland. A couple of boundaries, but nonetheless, he's already got the wicket of Bharat this morning. Well, thank you for dropping by, centre half forward. Great to see you. Thanks for dropping in. We hope to see you soon. India 6 for 166. And Australia getting into the tail now. You would think that should wrap it up quickly. India trail still over 300 runs in ears of Australia. 303 as Cummins in now to Rahane, who works this behind square down to deep backward point for a single. The oval surface looking dry and there's some cracks and the sun's baking the pitch and there's been talk about that as well. that it's not going to be easy for India, especially when they bat in the last innings. And they would rue the decision not to select Ravichandran Ashwin. Pat Cummins, he'll be a very happy skipper. He's got another opportunity to bowl to Thakur. He's on 8 off 10. He's in now to Thakur. This one short of a length wraps Thakur on the gloves. And there's no run. We've seen that from this pitch at the Oval. A bit of up and down. Hello, John. Great to see you. Yes, a bit of an early start today. That one just hit Thakur on the elbow. Yes, it has been a problem in this World Test Championship final. We have had quite a few overs that have been missed over the last couple of days because of a poor over rate, which is one of the problems that cricket faces in this day and age. And that's what we've seen at the moment. Thakur getting some medical treatment. That one wrapped him on the elbow of Pat Cummins off that last delivery. Not a good feeling, the funny bone area. If you just join us, Bharat was the first wicket to fall in the first service. Second ball to Scott Boland. He was bowled for 5 and Scott Boland picked up his second wicket. And now India face an uphill battle. They trail by 302 runs, 6 for 167. You think the tailenders are not going to stick around for much longer. And Ajinkya Rahane is the only specialist batsman left for India. And Pat Cummins having to talk to Marnus, maybe about tactics, maybe about something else. John says yes to make up for the appalling over rate. Well, that is the case because we can't seem to bowl 90 overs in 6 hours. So that's the same with all test matches these days. That's been the problem where teams have not been able to bowl their overs in the 6 hours. It's not really that difficult, but we do have delays such as this with players receiving treatment for hits to the body, for concussion. Those are understandable and they happen. But also other delays as well that can be avoided, like people walking or moving behind the sight screen, for example, which always happens. And you should really know when you are at a cricket match, if you are sitting behind the bowler's arm in front of a sight screen, don't move. Only move in between overs. So that can definitely help limit those unnecessary delays that happen in the game. We're ready to go now. Thakur's okay. So Cummins in now to Thakur. This one wraps him on the gloves again. A vicious delivery from Cummins. Oh, he didn't like that, Thakur. He ripped the hand off the handle straight away of the bat. He's taken it off straight away. The physio was just out there to attend to his elbow, and now he's going to come back again. That wrapped him viciously. We've seen some up and down bounce on this surface, and that one, Thakur wasn't happy with that. He ripped his hand off the handle straight away. I think he got him on the forearm, again. Have a look at the replay and see where it hit him. I think it did. I think it got it on the forearm, the fleshy part of the forearm there. Let's have a look. That one just reared up from Cummins. Oh, yeah, just on the forearm there. Yep. Hit him right on the forearm. That's not a good place to get hit with a cricket ball. It's a very fleshy part of the arm. Could easily get a broken arm. But he seems to be okay. Thakur just a little bit shaken up by that delivery there from Cummins. That one just came back in, and we've seen a little bit of that today where the batters have been wrapped on the gloves. We've seen that throughout the whole test match. So that's why it's going to be very difficult for India when they come out to bat for the second time. The sun baking this pitch. Going to be very difficult for India to try and save this match if they have any hopes of doing that. You would think it's either going to be Australia winning this test match by probably a big margin, you would think. The Australian bowlers have been very probing. So we've got a bit of delay here with Shuttle Tuckle receiving treatment for a blow to his arm again. John says valid reasons to lose time, but most of it is divvying around by the players. And that too, yes. Discussions, especially about field placements and especially with the batters calling drinks when it's not a drinks break. Those can all be limited. But it's up to the teams, it's up to the players themselves to try and force the pace as well. And it's also up to the umpires as well to make sure that the players get a bit of a move on. The match summary. Australia batted first, 469 all out. Travis Head top scored of 163. Steve Smith brought up his 31st test century, 121. Mohammad Siraj, best of the Indian bowlers, you would think, took 4 wickets. India at the moment in a very difficult situation. Scott Boland got the first wicket today. That was Bharat. That one just came back through the gate. Knocked him over for 5. Clean bowled. So Scott Boland picking up where he left off from yesterday. And India find themselves 302 behind Australia. That's a very big first innings lead for Australia to really set a big target for India to chase in the second innings. You would think that Australia should wrap up these 4 wickets in this first session. And then once they've done that, they'll probably bat again. They won't enforce the follow-on. Bat again. The Indian bowlers haven't had much of a rest. Bat on all day today. Probably declare sometime tomorrow, maybe after lunch, and see where you're at. And set them probably 450 or something to chase, which is not going to be achievable. And then hope to bowl them out on day 4 and day 5, win the test match. Or on day 6, if the reserve day is needed. John says, it's on offer. Does Australia enforce the follow-on? Well, I think I've pretty much answered that question just now, John. I don't think they will. They'll bat again. And why not? They can. I think, Pat Cummins will say, no, we'll bat again. Pile on the runs, pile on the pain. India's bowlers haven't had much of a rest. They've been out in the field for a very long time. They've been out there for 2 days, 100 overs they bowled. So I think Australia will bat again. They won't enforce the follow-on. You've got to think about what's ahead for Australia. They've got the Ashes to come after this, so they'll be hoping just to get the last 4 wickets and just bat again, really. And they've got every right to do that as Cummins is into Thakur. This one wraps Thakur again on the body, and there's no run. Yeah, John, sir. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, so they won't enforce the follow-on. They'll bat again. And modern teams tend to do that these days. They tend to bat again anyway. Well, India, they're not far away from getting over that follow-on target, but it's going to be a bit of a grind, especially with the Australian bowlers have got their tails up. Cummins in again to Thakur. And this one, Thakur defends to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, Scott Boland bowled pretty well yesterday. I think he's going to have a pretty good Ashes series, you would think. You think he's going to take some wickets. Be interesting to see how he goes in the Ashes and how England will approach his style of bowling. But for KS Bharat, not a good feeling getting out to him. Second ball of the first serve of the day as Cummins in now. Last ball to Thakur. And this one beats him. All ends up. Good delivery from Cummins to end the over. It's 6 for 167. 6 for 167. And Australia just 4 wickets away from wrapping up this Indian innings. They'll be hoping to do that very quickly. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And Australia, well in control of this test match. Scott Boland begins to bowl the 43rd over. Thakur on 8 of 15. Rahane off 33 of 79. He's on strike now to Boland. So Boland in now to Rahane. And Rahane defends. For no run. John, you say Boland has bowled well. He's got more movement from this track than I expected. Yes, he has. He's got a lot of movement off the seam. And Scott Boland's a typical seam bowler, really. He's not really much of a swing bowler, so he relies on natural variation, and that's what he's done in this test match. He's got the ball to talk as he's in again now to Rahane, who pushes this onto the offside through the covers. He'll pick up at least 2 runs, and they'll come back for the second. India now trail by 300, which is still a big margin, regardless. 6 down for 169, but trailing by 300, that's a big second innings lead for Australia. And it's a tough road for India now. Australia have all the cards with them in this test match as Boland's in now to Rahane. Rahane defends back down the pitch to Boland. And there's no run. Marnus Labuschagne batted well in the first innings. He'll be disappointed to get out when he did, but he'll be hoping to get some more runs in the second innings when Australia do bat again. Rahane. He's been one of the Indian batters that's looked comfortable compared to his other teammates. Boland. In now to Rahane. This one a plainer miss outside the off stump. He went flirting at that one, Rahane. Plainer miss. Good bowling from Scott. Always challenging the batters. Right about that off stump line. Back of a length. This one again. Back of a length. Outside off stump. Rahane just fishing for that one. Outside off stump. The Australian slip caught him, ready for that catch. Potentially, maybe off these last 2 balls. As Boland's in now to Rahane, he works it through the gap between gully and backward point. It races away to the backward point boundary for 4. But I don't think Scott Boland will be too disappointed with that. I think that's a win for the bowler. Making the batter play, and especially when you get the outside edge, that's what you want. So he won't be too fazed by that. Rahane getting some runs here for India, but it's an uphill battle. Australia would like to finish this off as quickly as possible. Preferably, if they can get Rahane out now, then they're into the tail enders. Bowling into Rahane, who defends. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 173. 6 for 173. India trail by 296. 6 for 173. It's been a very poor performance by India by the bat in this first innings. Top order crumbled. There was a bit of a partnership between Rahane and Jadeja, but that didn't last long. And losing KS Bharat early today was not ideal in the scheme of things for India going forward in this test match. As Pat Cummins continues, and Thakur will be on strike, looking uncomfortable in the last over that Cummins bowled to him. He's on strike now. Cummins on, about to begin his run. So Cummins in now, past the umpire. He's in now to Thakur. This one left outside off stump by Thakur. There's no run. You'd be very happy, Pat Cummins, with how this test match has panned out as captain. And just scratching the crease there, trying to get a bit of traction with that front foot when he slams down. John says most of the Australian wickets were pretty soft. They got away with a few too. Yes, some good balls. The one to Curley was a good ball. Nothing Curley could do with that off Mitchell Starc. It just flew off the surface as Cummins in now to Thakur. Outside edge and dropped in the gully by Cameron Green. He usually has a safe pair of hands. He dived to his right. He put it down. Usman Khawaja was there at third slip. Try and get the rebound. But Pat Cummins looking pretty good here against Thakur. He's asking some questions. Cameron Green, usually a safe pair of hands. He's got a long, big wingspan. That one just went straight into his chest and went out again. Good ball from Cummins. Got the outside edge and Cameron Green spilt it in the gully. Not happy with that, Cameron Green. But anyway, try and get the next one that comes. As Cummins in again to Thakur. This one traps him on the crease. This one jagging back. Hits him on the pads. And there's no run. You don't mean to drop a catch. It happens. They either stick or they don't. And this one for Cameron Green didn't. It went high to his chest. Healthy outside edge. Squared Thakur up. Yeah, just high on his chest. Just juggled it. And Khawaja there at third slip. Nearly got the rebound there as well. Anyway, Cummins into Thakur. This one, an attempted pull shot from Thakur. Mistimes it, hits him on the side, on the ribs. Goes through to the keeper and Carey, and there's no run. Thakur, that's a no ball. He's bowled a few today, Pat Cummins. He bowled a few no balls yesterday. This one's another no ball. Just trying to get his run up right. There have been a couple of drop catches today. Scott Boland got one off Thakur, dropped it. Third slip by Khawaja. That really went fast at him. He got a hand to it, Khawaja. Was surprised by that. And then that one to Cameron Green before in the gully. As Cummins in again to Thakur. This one wafted outside the off stump by Thakur. Play to miss. And there's no run. Pat Cummins just scratching that popping crease. Just making sure that his front foot's got a bit of traction. But Pat Cummins definitely creating some chances in this over to Thakur. He's definitely not confident, Thakur. He's not convincing. Doesn't look comfortable when facing Cummins. 2 balls left. Cummins in now to Thakur. This one nearly chopped on back onto his stumps. Well, he does not look comfortable, Thakur. Nothing convincing about his innings thus far. Off Scott Boland and also off Pat Cummins. He's found it a bit difficult. Well, that's the Indian scorecard. Top order, Sharma 15, Gill 13, 14 to Pujara and Curley, 39 not out to Rahane, 48 to Jadeja and 5 to Barant, and now 8 for Thakur. Cummins, last ball of his over. He's in now to Thakur. And this one pushed onto the offside through point for a quick single from Thakur. He will retain the strike. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 175. Six for 175. India in a very difficult position in this first session of day 3. Thakur not looking convincing off Pat Cummins, especially that last over, plays and misses, got an outside edge that carried to Green in the gully, but it was dropped. But I think Pat Cummins will be hoping that he can get a wicket in his next over, especially if Thakur survives this over off Scott Boland, which you never know. He may get out this ball, as we shall see. Here we go. Scott Boland in to Thakur. This one outside of stump. Thakur leaves comfortably for no run. John, you say 2 drop catches and a no ball, costly. Yeah, Pat Cummins got that no ball LBW yesterday to Rahane. But really, I think in the greater scheme of things, I don't think it will really equate to much. You know, India still trail by 294. They're 6 for 175. So, yes, you would like to take those opportunities, but I don't think it will cost Australia that much in the how the game is at the moment. As that one's worked down to long leg by Thakur for a single. He moves on to 10. But there's always the next opportunity, I suppose. It's not the end of the world. Scott Boland bowling very well, hoping for another wicket here. Got the wicket of Gill and got the wicket of Bharat in the first over today. Second ball is now into Rahane. This one a short ball from Boland. Rahane sways out of the way, lets it go to the keeper for no run. Well, India looking, a few smiles from Rohit Sharma there, Mohammad Siraj and Jadeja on the viewing room here at the Oval and the dressing rooms, but deep down inside, I think they won't be happy with how they've played in this test match. It's been very substandard from India's point of view. For Australia, they'll be delighted. Bowled in now to Rahane. This one keeps a little bit low. Rahane defends. There's no run. India 6 for 176. They trail by 293. That's a very big deficit. Australia looking to wrap up this innings and then start batting and extend that lead out to 300 and beyond, maybe 400 by the end of the day's play. Probably bat on tomorrow. Pat Cummins looking calm as always. So Scott Boland in now for his 5th delivery. He's now into Rahane. This one full. Rahane pushes past mid-off. He'll at least get a couple of runs down the ground. Marnus Labuschagne will cut it off for a potential 2, maybe 3. Rahane says no to the 3rd run. They'll come back for 2. India 6 for 178. They trail by 291. Rahane on 41. Thakur on 10. Scott Boland just hitting that spot again, hoping to get a bit of movement, get it coming back into the right-hander. Last ball of the over for Boland. He's in now to Rahane. This one outside off stump, outside edge, and didn't quite carry to Cameron Green in the gully. Just falling short. It's a good over from Scott Boland. In the over, 6 for 178. For 178, outside edge was found last ball off the last ball. The last over for Scott Boland, Ajinkya Rahane, just falling short of Cameron Green in the gully. And he'll be hoping to get a wicket soon, Scott Boland. He's bowled really well. He's got 2 wickets. That was nearly the 3rd. As India are 6 for 178 after 45 overs. Cummins to continue again in this spell. Bowling from the Vauxhall end, which is the media centre end. It's at opposite end to the pavilion. He's in now to Thakur. This one left outside off stump by Thakur. Not looking comfortable against the extra pace of Cummins. He looked a little bit unsettled in the last few overs. Last ball, the last over. Just rolling along the ground to Cameron Green in the gully, nearly carried. But Scott Boland asking questions as always on that off-stump line. Cameron Green got a wicket, got rid of Pujara yesterday. Be hoping for another couple of wickets if he can today. Cummins in now to Thakur. This one defended by Thakur. He looks for a quick single onto the offside and he'll get it. Rotates the strike, gets Rahane on strike, the well-experienced batter, to face the heat of Pat Cummins. Rahane, 41 off 89. Thakur, 11 off 26. India 6 for 179. Pat Cummins looking to get the 7th wicket here. He's in now to Rahane. This one guided nicely by Rahane through point for another single. He rotates the strike. India 6 for 180. Rahane moves on to 42. And Thakur is on 11. He's on strike. Ajinkya Rahane back into this test match. In and out of the Indian side for a little while. Looking to try and get some runs here so he can be a part of this Indian test side going forward. As Cummins in now to Thakur. This one high in the air and it will fall safe onto the leg side. They'll come through for a single. Doesn't look convincing, Thakur, off Pat Cummins. He looks a little bit uncomfortable. Have a look at the replay here. They got the short leg in place, Australia, but that one just ballooning out to Mitchell Starc there at square leg, but he didn't quite get there in time, and it just fell safe. Well, the Australian bowlers have been good. They've all shared the wickets. Scott Boland's got 2 wickets at a run rate of 3, which is pretty good. His economy rate is exceptional. Australia, 3 slips and a gully and a backward point for Rahane. Pat Cummins in now to Rahane. Outside edge. It will beat Nathan Lyon at backward point. It's racing down to the deep backward point boundary for 4. Nathan Lyon gives up. Quick outfield here at the oval, and that's going to go into the rope. Something for the Indian fans to cheer about in what has been a very difficult test match. But I guess for Pat Cummins, I guess he won't be disappointed with that. At least he found the outside edge, and that's what you want as a bowler. You want to try and make the batter play and get that outside edge into play and gully and slips and the keeper. So I don't think Pat Cummins will be too fazed by that. Australia got enough runs on the board. India still trail by 284. Rahane moves on to 46. Cummins in now to Rahane. This one a short ball, high in the air, and it's over fine legs, head for 6. He pulled that away nicely, Rahane. It's 6 runs to end the over. It's 6 for 191. That will bring up Ajinkya Rahane's half century. Well played, Ajinkya Rahane. Something for India to smile about in what has been a difficult test match. Australia will want to get him out quickly. And just frustrating, this innings here from Ajinkya Rahane, just frustrating Australia. 6 runs to end the over. India 6 for 191 after 46 overs. They trail by 278. It's still a big deficit. Ajinkya Rahane brought up his half century with a 6. Over fine leg. He got inside the line of that and just helped it on its way. Took on that short ball from Cummins. For a moment there, fine leg thought he was in the game, but it sailed over his head. Anyway, Australia's still in a good position. India still a long way behind in this game. 4 wickets in hand. They still trail by 278. Scott Boland in now to Thakur. This one left outside off stump for no run. Partnership between Rahane and Thakur is developing. Rahane 52 off 92. Thakur 12 off 28. Scott Boland looking to get his 3rd wicket. Yeah, Ajinkya Rahane picked that up nicely. Scott Boland down there at fine leg. He I was not going to catch that. That was always going to go over the rope. Second six of the Indian innings as Boland's in now to Thakur. Thakur manages to defend this ball onto the leg side, and there's no run. Now, Thakur, hasn't looked convincing, especially when facing Pat Cummins. He's wrapped him on the gloves a few times, a few hits on the body. And even to Scott Boland, looks a little bit unsettled. India, 6 for 191 as Boland's in now to Thakur. This one a full delivery and Thakur defends. But a run. Australia in a very dominant position. They'll be looking to wrap it up quickly in this first session, get the 4 wickets required to bowl India out. They'll force they won't enforce the follow-on. They'll definitely bat again. And they'll definitely extend that lead. At the moment, a 278-run lead at the moment. It's a pretty good lead for Australia. Anything 350, 400 on this pitch is going to be very tough for India to chase down. On a surface that is showing some signs of deterioration. Bowling in now to Thakur. This one wraps Thakur on the gloves. He works it down to fine leg for 4 runs. 4 leg byes, in fact. But Thakur getting a boundary there, but it's leg byes. Just wrapped him on the fly guard there, I think. Yeah, on the fly guard, yeah. 4 leg byes down to fine leg. India 6 for 195. They trail by 274. Thakur on 12 of 31. Rahane 52 of 92. Bowling in now to Thakur. Thakur defends to Pat Cummins at mid-on. And there's no run. Now Ajinkya Rahane, he's the first Indian batter to score a half-century in this innings. Jadeja came close, got out for 48. And that's a pretty good innings from Rahane. He's been in and out of the side this Indian team over the last few years. He's come back because of the IPL and good touch there for Chennai as Boland's in now to Thakur. This again wraps Thakur on the gloves. He works it down to fine leg for another single. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 197. Sorry, 6 for 196. Well, India scoring some runs today. Looking to try and get something out of this test match if they can. They're a long way back. Australia well in control. They have a big lead, Australia, at the moment of over 273. The Oval looking splendid in the sunshine here at the here in London. It's going to be Mitchell Starc into the attack. Pat Cummins out of the attack. Mitchell Starc in the attack for the first time this morning. Didn't quite get it right yesterday. Mitchell Starc, his radar was a little bit off, but he bowled that brilliant delivery to get rid of Virat Kohli, which surprised everyone. Just reared up off the surface. Thakur, it's got a few hits on the glove and on the body in the last few overs. Since he's been out there for 33 balls, he's copped hits left, right and centre from Cummins and Boland, especially on his hands and arms. And that's what you would expect on a pitch that's showing a bit of uneven bounce, deliveries that rear up and hit you on the hand and on the arm and on the body. That's what's happening at the moment for Thakur, but nonetheless, he's out there. He's on 13. He's on strike now to Starc, and Australia will be hoping to break this frustrating partnership. They had a few opportunities to break it, a drop catch and a couple of drop catches. But anyway, they're still in a good position. 273 runs India, trail by India 6 for 196. Australia still in a dominant position. They'll be hoping to wrap up 4 wickets quickly, get out there and start batting and just bat all day today and get that lead past 300 up towards 400 and maybe bat on a little bit tomorrow. That will be the plan. Mitchell Starc, first time today for him, into the attack to Thakur. This one wraps Thakur on the body. Thakur looking for a quick single. He's been sent back by Rahane, who says no, and there's no run. He's copped a few hits to the body today, Thakur. That was another one off Mitchell Starc on the abdomen. Jihan, thanks for joining us. You say this is typically when Australia lose the plot, let the opposition back into the game like Melbourne and the Gabba Test against India, 2 drops and come and keeps bowling no balls. Yeah, well, it's not ideal, but, they're still in a good dominant position, Jihan. It's very tough for India to try and come back and try and make a game of this in some capacity, as this one's left outside off stump by Thakur. And there's no run. Australia's still in a dominant position. 273, India trailed by 4. 4 wickets in hand. They trailed by 273. So Australia definitely in the box seat. Pat Cummins, that's an indication of him being rusty. Not quite finding his rhythm, especially with the run-up and overstriding, which can happen. You can bowl no balls, which happen. He hasn't played for months, as we know. Starc into Thakur. Thakur works this through covers, picks up a single, moves on to 14. India 6 for 197, though. Trailed by 272, Rahane on 52, and Thakur on 14. Well, that would be the plan, Jihan. You say need to be ruthless, knock over the lower order and tail, and then push the game out of India's reach when they bat again. Yeah, absolutely. That will be the plan for Australia. And that's what they will be hoping to do as Mitchell Starc's in now to Rahane. Rahane pushes this onto the offside. And there's no run. Well, that will be the plan. And a good second innings lead of 272 is not bad. That's a good head start for Australia. If they can bat all day today and bat on tomorrow, maybe after lunch, declare maybe. Bat on a little bit after lunch tomorrow, maybe get that target well over 400 plus, up towards 450. And yeah, it's going to be a foregone conclusion. As Starc's in now to Rahane, who glides this nicely behind square on the offside. Just only a single down third man. Nathan Lyon. He's going to have a big part to play in this game as we get towards the back end of this match. Day 4 and day 5 will be set up nicely for him on a pitch that's going to be taking a bit of turn, you would think. Anyway, Australia's still in a good position. 271, India trailed by 6 for 198. Has it been a good batting performance from India, really? It's been quite poor, but Rahane's batted well. Jadeja batted well. The rest have struggled as Starc's in their last ball to Thakur. This one on leg stump. Thakur works it around the corner behind square on the leg side for a single. Ending over, India 6 for 199. They trail by 270. 6 for 199, India. 3 runs off that last over. Trail by 270. So a very healthy lead for Australia, of course. Good evening, Chris K. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're well. Thanks for dropping by. And thanks for everyone dropping by as well. London looking splendid in the sunshine, which is a very rare sight to see in London these days with the weather around. But it's good to see that the rain hasn't had a big part to play in this test match, unlike the last WTC final in Southampton. Cameron Green going to come on and give Scott Boland a rest. He's in now. Cameron Green to Thakur. This one's short, outside off stump. Thakur worked it through the covers. He'll pick up a single, and the 200 is up for India. They trail by 270. 200 is up for 6. Rahane and Thakur in a partnership that's given something for India to smile about. But really, in all seriousness, there's nothing happy for India to smile about in this test match. It's been pretty much Australia leading the way and India sort of chasing the game, really, and that's what they are doing at the moment. They're a long way back. Australia into the tail. If they can just get this partnership, break it, then you would think the partnership and the innings should come to an end. Green appeals for LBW. This one traps Rahane on the pads. Umpire Chris Gaffney clicks over his counter. He says, not out. Pat Cummins does the T sign. He says, we're going upstairs for a DRS. I think he's gone. Pat Cummins looked pretty convinced. He high-fived Cameron Green. Let's have a look. Going upstairs for a DRS. I believe it's the first review that Australia's had in this test match, I believe. No, sorry, the second one. That's right. Yesterday, they reviewed off Rahane, but it was a no ball from Pat Cummins. My mistake. Let's have a look. Interesting. Well, there's no bat involved. Clearly hit the pad. Whether or not it was going to go on and hit the stumps is another question. Not bad, not bad. Worth a shout. Worth a shout. Rahane looks unfazed. All the Indian supporters in the crowd look cheerful. Here we go. Ball tracking now. Oh, it was umpire's call, clipping the leg stump. Oh. Chris Gaffney gave it not out, and he will have to stay not out. Australia don't lose the review. It's umpire's call. Definitely looked close. Worth a shout, worth an appeal, an inquiry. But umpire Gaffney said not out originally. He thought that was going to go on a missed leg stump, but in the end, it was just clipping the leg stump marginally. And obviously, a lot of people do have their opinions about umpire's call, which has been well documented. Green in now to Rahane. This one outside edge over the top of Smith at first slip for 4. He went flashing at that, Rahane. Very un-Rahane shot. Flashed the hands at that. Top edge over the top of Smith at first slip for 4 runs. Not convincing there from Rahane. Well, nonetheless, through the hands at it, he got 4 runs, nonetheless. But David Warner there, I should say, at first slip. Steve Smith at second. David Warner's not going to catch that. He's quite a small person. Not very tall. I think you need Joel Gardner there at first slip to catch that. He was very tall. As Green in now to Rahane. And Rahane pushes this nicely through covers for 4. Just a simple push. Leant onto it. And he caressed it nicely to the boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Rahane here. India 6 for 208. Rahane races to 61. This one just outside off stump there from Cameron Green. Rahane just pushed that nicely through the cover. Just went past the cover fielder. And as soon as it goes past the infield, it's going to be a very hard chase to try and cut it off. 2 balls left to Green's over. What can he do, Cameron Green here? 2 balls left for Green. He's in now to Rahane. This one again, Rahane works behind square on the offside to Nathan Lyon at deep backward point. Picks up a single. India 6 for 209. They trail by 260. Thakur on 16, Rahani on 62. John says this partnership's 57, by the way, for the 7th wicket. And a couple of opportunities that Australia didn't take to try and break this partnership, especially off Thakur. He was dropped twice. This one outside off stump by Thakur, left alone. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 209. And it's time for drinks at the Oval. And Australia will be hoping to wrap it up. This partnership's frustrating them a little bit. It always is when you're having a specialist batter batting with the tail. It can be frustrating to try and break it. But as I mentioned before, Australia had a couple of drop catches there of Thakur. That LBW before didn't quite go their way with umpire's call. It would have been out if it was given out. It wasn't. It was given not out on the field, and it was umpire's call there. Anyway, at drinks, Australia took the early wicket today. There was Bharat. He was gone for 5 by Scott Boland, who picked up his 2nd wicket. And Thakur and Rahani have added 50 runs for this partnership. A bit frustrating for Australia, this partnership at the moment. For the 7th wicket, I should say. But nonetheless, Australia will be hoping to wrap it up after drinks if they can. Only 4 more wickets to get. Once they break this partnership, you would think Shami and Siraj probably won't stick around for much longer. Siraj, a genuine number 11, and Mohammad Shami can bat. He's got a test 50 or 2. But then Australia would think, we can definitely open it up and finish it off. But anyway, that's how they will be thinking after this drinks break. But break the concentration, hopefully, as it does in a drinks break, where you have a break in play, come back after drinks, you usually get out. That lapse of concentration. But the players earning a drink after this first hour of play. But Australia still in a very strong position. India trail by 260. They're 6 for 209. 49 overs have been bowled. Scott Boland got the first wicket off Bharat in the second over. The first over of the day. Second ball of the first over of the day, got rid of Bharat, and he was out. John says 100% with Jihan. Doesn't matter how far in front we might be. Take the foot off the pedal. We can be ruthless without being over arrogant. Yes, that's true there, John. Drinks is now finished. Yes, to say, Jonas, the batting of our bowlers has fallen off a cliff. 7 out, 7 all out. We are. But it has dropped off a little bit. In recent times, it has, the batting with the tail enders, but that's just the way it is. Really, you expect your top order to really contribute the most, and whatever runs you can get from your tail enders is a bonus. But really, it's not the tail enders' job to score runs. It's the top to middle order that need to do the job, not your tail enders. If they can score some handy runs, that's good. But it's mainly up to the top order and middle order to do that job. That's their job in the side for a reason. Mitchell Starc will continue after drinks. And Rahani, he's been the most comfortable of the Indian batters. He's batted well, a veteran of this Indian side. He's been out of the side for a few months, a year or so. Came back for this WTC final, hoping to probably be a part of the Indian test side after this test match and get back into the Indian side on a regular basis. He's making a good fist of it, and he's on 62 of 98. He's on strike now to Starc, who's in now. And Rahani gets in behind. This one pushes for a quick single to mid-off. A bit of uncertainty whether or not to take the single or not, but they took the single in the end. Rahani moves on to 63. And Thakur, he's on 16. Hasn't looked convincing, Thakur. He's got a few blows to the body of Cummins and Boland. hasn't really looked comfortable against them, and probably be the same against Mitchell Starc if Mitchell Starc can find the radar. But Mitchell Starc will be hoping to cause some problems here for Thakur and make it unsettling for him, as fast bowlers do to tailenders, as Stark's in again now to Thakur. This one down the leg side, and Thakur plays and misses this down the leg side. Good take by Alex Carey. He's kept okay in this test match. His first time keeping in England. Going to be a challenge for Carey, but he's done okay. Good take there. Jihan says against England, the low order will be swinging and they'll get handy runs, including Stuart Broad, and we can't really bounce them out on these slow wickets. Yes, it'll be interesting to see how England's tailenders will go about things in this Ashes series. But that's until next week. Let's focus on this WTC final first of all. Starc into Thakur, play and a miss by Thakur. Straight through to the keeper, no run. Someone in the crowd doing the scoring with the scorebook. Very important job in a game of cricket, of course. Scoring, very difficult. Especially if you play for any club side, you have to do the scoring. It can be very overwhelming. But there are some people out there who are experts when it comes to the craft of scoring. And also with umpiring as well. I should know. As Starc in again to Thakur. This one traps him on the pads. It trickles out behind square. They're looking for a quick single. Nearly a run out. He makes it back, Thakur. He wanted the single, wanted to get off strike. He's not comfortable against Mitchell Starc here. Marnus Labuschagne, don't take him on at your peril. He's a very good fielder, Marnus. Especially direct hits. Anyway, we've already seen a run out in this test match, and that was Mitchell Starc, which just decided to run and take on Axar Patel. I don't know what Mitchell Starc was thinking yesterday when that happened. Mitchell Starc. 2 balls left of this over. He will want to have a good crack at Thakur here. Here we go. Starc in now to Thakur. This one full outside off stump and driven through the covers nicely by Thakur for 4. Well, Shadow Thakur, he did get a half century here in that test match that England played against India. He got a half century. It's now 20 or 43. This partnership frustrating Australia, but something for India to smile about in a test match that hasn't gone all their way, but something for their supporters and something for the team to smile about as the score ticks over another 4 runs. He picked that gap nicely between cover and mid-off there, Thakur. Mitchell Starc. Can he get a short ball in here, cramp him up a bit? Bit of chin music. He's in now to Thakur. This one leading edge and it will fall safe down to third man for a single. Or should I say outside edge? Just for 1 there. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. We'll hope to see him into the attack very soon. Set the over at 6 for 215. 6 for 215, 50 overs have been bowled. And India still in a very difficult position. But this partnership between Thakur and Rahane is 50 plus. Second 50-run partnership after Rahane and Jadeja got a partnership of 71 yesterday. But for Australia, it will be a little bit frustrated at this partnership. But already 64 runs in this session for 1 wicket. Over rates around about 10 overs. 10.1 overs in this session as Cameron Green's in now to Thakur. This one, Thakur defends onto the leg side for no run. They trail by 254, India. Australia still have a big, sizable lead. 254 is a very good lead heading into the second innings, especially when India's 4 wickets down for 215. Yes, this partnership's been a little bit frustrating, a little bit agitating, but You just got to stay patient, and a mistake will happen. This pitch has offered a bit up and down bounce, bit of movement, and the Australians will know that. Just stick it at a good line and length, you'll get a wicket. Green into Thakur. This one worked behind square by Thakur down to third man for another single. He moves on to 22. Pat Cummins there. Looking relaxed. Not really flustered as he is. That's just the way he is when he's captaincy. Jika Rahane, top scoring was 63. Still out there off 99. Thakur, 22 of 46. 3 batters to come after Thakur. Umesh Yadav, Shami Saraj, the tailenders. You would think they're genuine tailenders. Green in now to Rahane. This one short. Rahane pulls. Doesn't quite time it. Trickles out to square leg for a single. Cameron Green using his short ball. That extra height. India 6 for 2, 17. Trail by 252, which is a sizable lead for Australia. Rahane 64. Thakur 22. He's looked difficult at times. Thakur very uncertain at times. As Green's in now to Thakur. This one punched off the back foot by Thakur, but straight to Marnus Labuschagne at cover point. There's no run. Cameron Green, very exciting prospect. Took a wicket of Pujara yesterday. He'll be hoping to get another couple of wickets here. You know, he's very promising talent, of course. Good with the bat. He'd be disappointed with the way he got out in the first innings for 6. Green in now to Thakur. This one outside off stump. Thakur leaves straight through the keeper. No run. But Australia, they'll be very pleased with how they've gone about this test match. They've pretty much led this test match from second session on day 1 onwards to now. And for India, it's a very long road back. Try and get, into this match. As Green to Thakur. This one short, outside off stump. Thakur gets out of the way of this one, lets it go to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 217. 6 for 217. 51 overs have been bowled. India. Well, they're fighting on, India. You'll expect that from India, to fight on and not really, fall away. You'll expect them to fight and be competitive. And that's what they're doing at the moment. This partnership's given them something to smile about. What has been a very difficult test match. Cameron Green, good last over. Only 2 runs from it. Mitchell Starc to continue from the pavilion end here at the Oval. And Mitchell Starc. 1 for 61 for Starc in 11 overs into his 12th now. He's in now to Rahane, who's on 64. This one down the leg side. Carey does well to stop that from going to the boundary. It will be a couple of byes. Just a single. Byes signalled by umpire Illingworth. Just a single. 1 bye. He's done well, Carey, especially here in England. It's a very tough place to keep. The ball does move after it's pitched off the pitch. Got a glove to that, like a soccer goalkeeper. Trying to save a penalty. Knocked it on. But the end result was only 1 bye, so not a boundary. So that's a good result. Starc in now to Thakur. This one punched off the back foot by Thakur. Wanting a quick single on the offside, but he's sent back by Rahane, who says no, and there's no run. The Australian bowlers, they've all got wickets. Stark's got 1, Cummins, and Green and Line have got one. Scott Boland's the only one who's got multiple wickets. He got 2. Got the first wicket today of Bharat in the first over, second ball. Got him out for 5. And that's the only wicket that Australia's got today. But they've just got to stay patient. You know, it's a frustrating partnership. You just got to stay patient. Keep bowling the good areas. Eventually they'll make a mistake as Starks into Thakur. This one flashed by Thakur outside off stump. Nearly got the outside edge there. There's no run. Thakur, his eyes lit up there. That one outside off stump went for the drive. Playing a miss. Pat Cummins looking relaxed. Not quite at his best yesterday, Pat Cummins, but getting into the rhythm of things again. He hasn't played for a while. Last test match he played was in Delhi. Stark into Thakur. This one down the leg side. Thakur works it down to long leg. Pick up a single. Moves on to 23. Pat Cummins, he's definitely caused problems to Thakur today. A few deliveries that have hit Thakur on the body, on the gloves, on the stomach, on the chest, on the fingers, on the elbow, on the arm. Hasn't looked convincing when facing Pat Cummins Thakur. But I suppose that's what you expect from a tail ender. Stark into Rahane. This one traps him on the pads there, probably an inside edge. Trickles out behind square on the offside for a single. India 6 for 220. Let's have a look. Yeah, did wrap him on the pads there, Rahane. Probably got a bit of an inside edge on that one. Nearly from Mitchell Starc. That's what he wants. Wants to target those pads. But nonetheless, he gets an opportunity to bowl to Shardul Thakur. This last ball of the over. Stark in again now to Thakur. This one short. Thakur sways out of the way of it. And the over 6 for 220. Six for 220. India trail by 249. Partnership frustrating Australia. But as I said before, just got to be patient. You know, keep bowling in the right spot. And that's the thing we've seen on this pitch. Once you get in, it becomes a little bit easier to score runs on. It's for a new batter. It's very hard for them to start on this surface, as we've seen. But anyway, that's cricket. Just got to be patient. That's what Test cricket is. Got to be patient. Got to wait for your opportunity. Mitchell Starc. That short ball to end the over from Thakur. And Thakur just left that nicely. Well, he's bowling quick, Mitchell Starc. He bowled fastest delivery in this final thus far, 90.6 miles per hour. So that's, if off the top of my head, around about 140 kilometres. And if you convert it into kilometres from miles. Green into Rahane. Good delivery first up. A play in the miss by Rahane. Passes outside edge. Good delivery from Green. And David Warner. He's got a new baggy green on. So I think David Warner's decided to replace his baggy green, of course. Just noticed that he's wearing a brand new one there. Obviously, Steve Smith's wearing a new one as well because his is being repaired. Green in to Rahane. This one left by Rahane. Shoulders, arms. Outside off stump. There's no run from Rahane. 249, India try by 6. 249 they try by 6 for 220. Cameron Green, an exciting young talent. Australia will be hoping that he can have a good impact in this Ashes series, but also the remainder of this match. Green in now to Rahane. Rahane works it through the covers just for one. Marnus Labuschagne out there, a deep cover, cuts it off. India trail by 248. 6 for 221. Australia still in a very dominant position. This partnership's frustrating, of course, but it only takes one good ball to get rid of the partnership. And then once Australia expose Yadav, Shami, and Siraj, I think the innings could finish quickly. It's just Thakur does have a bit of batting prowess. So if they can just dismiss both of these two, then they're into the proper tail enders. Green in now. This one a short ball to Thakur, who ducks underneath it. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. Jones, Australia's bowlers need to play baseball while batting 24 off 86 between Stark, Cummins, Boland, and Lyons doesn't cut it. Well, no, they all have their different style. I don't think... It'd be interesting to see what they do in this Ashes series, the Australian tailenders, but important they contribute as well, as Green is now into Thakur. Thakur pushes this on to the offside behind square, down to backward point for a single. India 6 for 222. They trail by 247. Thakur on 24 of 55. Rahane 66 of 105. Cameron Green, last ball of his 10th over, 1 for 36. Got rid of Pujara with a good delivery. One that just came back in outside off stump. The Oval venue for this WTC final, and also going to be host of the last Ashes test in the Ashes series to come. Green is into Rahane. This one worked by Rahane down to fine leg. Mitchell Stark does the fielding, cuts it off for 1. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 223 after 53 overs. 223. India trying to battle their way through this very tough test match. But you would have to say Australia's still in a very commanding position with a lead of 246. India 4 wickets in hand. There's 6 for 223. This partnership offering a bit of resistance. But you would think one good delivery here, if Australia can do that, then you would think with Yadav and Shami and Siraj to come, you would think the batting will probably drop off dramatically after that. But you just have to be patient, that's all. It can be frustrating sometimes, especially with the tail enders, when they're batting with a specialist batsman. It can be frustrating. We haven't seen much of the short ball from Australia, so we may see that ploy soon. As Starks into Rahane, who drives down to deep mid-off. He'll pick up a single. Usman Khawaja does the fielding. He'll be hoping for some runs in the second innings. He'll be disappointed to get out for a duck. Yes, to say, John, tailenders' runs aren't a bonus, in my opinion. Those runs are quite important, but for the scorecard and the mindset / confidence of the team, yes, they are handy if they can. But really, at the end of the day, your top to middle order has to get the job done. And that's why they're in the team. Stark into Thakur. This one cuts him in half. Jags back into him. Nearly got an inside edge. Good delivery from Stark. Just having a look at this one. Just coming back in here. Nearly got the inside edge. Nearly got the off stump as well. Good take from Carey. Let's have a look. Yeah. Nearly. Not far away, though. Stark. And again down to Thakur. He's past the umpire, Stark. He's in now to Thakur. There's Thakur. Pushes this through to the offside, looking for a quick single, but in the end, there's no run. Yeah, Jihan says, I was also thinking yesterday, if the tail aren't to score runs, may as well go down swinging. You never know. You could You never know, could get a few to frustrate the opposition. Yes. Tailenders often can do that. Stark in again now to Thakur. This one outside off stump. Thakur defends and there's no run. We've seen in periods of this test match where if you do get in and get set, runs can be scored, but also the pitch is still offering us a bit of assistance, a bit of seam movement, a bit of up and down. And for Australia, they could have broken this partnership a lot earlier. They had 2 opportunities to break it, but both of them were dropped off Thakur. And now he's 24 off 58. But, Australia can get a wicket here. Stark into Thakur, who slashes this through point for 4. Not Mitchell Stark's best delivery. Pick up 4 runs to Thakur. And 241 now. India trail by 6 for 228. So a frustrating partnership for Australia. And Mitchell Stark hasn't quite found his radar right in this test match. No one's short and well over point. The man there at point. 4 runs. Shadow Thakur. Really? There's been a bit of talk about him. I've heard from some other people that is he a genuine all-rounder? Can he be a part of that in this Indian side? He picks up a single to end the over. It's 6 for 229 for Mitchell Stark. Not happy with that last over. He shouldn't be. There was a poor delivery there from Mitchell Stark. 6 for 229. But it takes one good delivery. That's all it takes. One good delivery. Partnership like this is frustrating Australia. But for Australia, it's important not to lose their head. We haven't seen a short ball yet. We haven't seen Nathan Lyon, so we may see him very soon. We may see Australia go to the short ball, especially to Thakur. He looked a little bit uncomfortable to Cummins. Cameron Green will continue. India 6 for 229 after 54 overs. The trail by 240. Still a long way away for them in this test match. As Green is in now to Thakur. This one full, and Thakur gets in behind it. Defends comfortably for no run. He's adding some crucial runs here, Thakur. But really, for India, their top to middle order had to really do the job for them in this innings, and unfortunately, that hasn't panned out for them in what has been a disappointing batting display from their batters. Cameron Green, top of his mark. He's ready. He's in now to Thakur. And Thakur leaves this one outside off stump. He was tempted to play at this one, but then at the last moment, he decided to leave. 2 dot balls from Green. Good start to the over, building pressure. Back Cummins. Fielding at mid-off. Talking to his bowler, talking about the plans, how we're going to get this batter out. What's your thinking? So he's ready to go again, Green. Bounding in past the umpire. He's into Thakur. This one down the leg side. Carey does well to get a hand and glove on this. They go attempt a single. But in the end, Rahane says, no, don't want to run out here. And there's no run. Thakur eager to get off strike. But Rahane was not going to have any of that. Never run on a misfield, as they say. Scott Boland, he's been good. Robotic in the way he's been bowling in this test match. Very robotic. Hits that spot. Green in again to Thakur. Defends this outside offside. Quick single. They come through for the quick single. I mean, the fielder should have done better there. Don't really want to give easy singles like that. Make sure you're hunting in inside the infield. If the 30-yard circle's there, make sure you're hunting in for that single. Don't give an easy single. Keep Thakur on strike. You want to be bowling as much to Thakur as you would to Rahane. Thakur moves on to 30. He's off 64 balls. And Rahane, 68 off 107, been far the best Indian batter in this innings thus far. India showing a bit of fight, but they're still behind in this test match as Green into Rahane. And Rahane defends, and there's no run. John says, we're starting to bowl some poor deliveries now. Jihan says, but this slow scoring yesterday wasn't taking the game anywhere. We're relied on Carey to push the score on. Well, that's sort of his job at number 7, really, Carey, if he's batting with the tail. Hoping that the tail can stay with him, and he's got to be the one to really push on the score, being the professional, as Green's into Rahane, who pushes this nicely past Pat Cummins. He'll cut it off. They'll come back for 2, and they will come back for a couple of runs there. And at the end of the over, it's 6 for 232. No, it's a no ball. My mistake. Now Cameron Green's bowled a no ball. A bit of a delay there. Umpire Gaffney saying to Cameron Green, wait on a bit. We're just checking for the no ball there. Third umpire checks the no balls these days. Let's have a look. Yeah, just overstepping there, Cameron Green. Last ball of the over now. And Rahane steers this down to third man. He'll pick up a single this time. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 234 after 55. And end of the over now from Green. Really, Australia in a very good position still. They've got the advantage of a lead, well over 240. This partnership's frustrating a little bit between Thakur and Rahane, but you'll expect that from tailenders to offer a bit of resistance and fight. Rahane's been class above the rest of the Indian batters. He's on 71. Thakur's on 30. Pat Cummins back into the attack. Mitchell Starc out of the attack. Pat Cummins said, I'm going to come back into the attack. And we haven't really seen much of a short ball tactic from Australia today. I think they would have gone upstairs to Thakur and bowl a bit of short stuff. They haven't really done that today. Maybe that's something to go to, maybe. Change something up. Go to the short ball. Especially to Thakur. He's looking a little bit uncertain towards Pat Cummins especially. Anyway, Cummins in now to Rahane. Rahane pushes for a quick single onto the offside. He'll get through for 1. Had to really put his skates on there, Rahane, to get through for that single. In the end, he does. Score moves on to 235 for 6. India try by 234. Rahane 72. Thakur on 30. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Pat Cummins does here. Go short a little bit, maybe. Challenge him there. We'll have to wait and see. 5,000 test runs for Ajinkya Rahane as well. Getting some treatment here. He's not happy with something about his finger. He got that blow yesterday on the finger. He got some treatment there, so he's not happy about it now. He's there with a physio. He's in some pain. Just grimacing a little bit there, Thakur. Sorry, not Thakur. Rahane. Up. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Good to see some fight. I expected them to fold quickly. Yeah, they've fought a little bit here, Indy. You'll expect them to do that. But they're in a very difficult position at this stage. They still trail by over 230 runs. 4 wickets in hand. So, yeah, in a very difficult position at the moment, India. But, you know, you got to show a bit of fight, I suppose. This partnership, a little bit frustrating for Australia. But anyway. So Rahane gets some treatment on his finger that he, it looks a little bit battered there, that finger. Bit of bruising. Copped that blow yesterday when he was batting, so causing him a little bit of pain and discomfort. But he's okay now. And after that delay, we're going to get ready for the next delivery from Pat Cummins to Thakur. Be interesting to see what he does here, Pat Cummins. Thakur hasn't looked convincing against him, even though he's scored 30 runs. But Thakur, he's been a little bit shaky at the crease. He hasn't looked comfortable at times. Ajinkya Rahane, he's okay. He's good to go now. And Cummins in now to Thakur after that delay. In now to Thakur. Thakur defends and there's no run. John, you say Tal has to learn to turn over the strike better if they're still in with a bat. Otherwise, if they're in with each other, they have a hit. I won't complain if they get out in this matter. No. You don't expect much if the tail's batting with the tail. You just hope they get some runs, and that's it. But tail enders, their runs are very crucial as well. As Cummins in now to Thakur, this one full, and Thakur squirts it out to point. He'll pick up one only. They were looking for two, but not going to take on the arm of Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon, I think it would be a good ploy. I think if Pat Cummins decides to bring on Nathan Lyon, I think bring him on, especially to Thakur, may cause some problems against him. Just change something up. It's been a little bit same pace at the moment. Either go short or go to spin. Cummins into Rahane. Was that an edge? Smith, Warner at first slip. He got a hand to it. I think it was an edge. A very difficult chance. It squirts out for a single. In the end, they get 2 runs after that. David Warner with a new bag of green on his head at first slip. Let's have a look. Was an outside edge from Rahane. Went for a drive. Warner went with the one hand. And he just couldn't stick it with the one hand there. So Rahane went to drive. David Warner, not a tall person, but he got a hand to it. Stuck out the one hand. And unfortunately, didn't quite stick. They either do or they don't. If you stick out one hand at slip, you either got to, get it into the hand well, or it could bounce out like it has done there. Anyway, for Pat Cummins, that's not bad. Even though it's a mischarge and drop catch, you would say he's created an opportunity, and I think that's a win for Pat Cummins there. Even though it wasn't taken, that's what you want the batter to do. You want them to play. You want to try and get that outside edge, get the slips and gully into play. So Pat Cummins be hoping to try and get that ball in the same area again as he's in now to Rahane. Traps him on the pads. It trickles out behind square on the offside for a leg bye potentially. Let's see what the umpire signals, either a run or a leg bye. Nonetheless, they've run a single anyway. It's a leg bye. Yes, healthy outside edge there from Rahane, but David Warner went for the jump, stuck out the one hand, went into the middle of the hand, and it boggled out. India trail by 230. They're 6 for 239. Thakur on strike. To Cummins, last ball of his over. He's in now to Thakur. This one left outside off stump by Thakur. End of the over, and 6 for 239. 6 for 239. The end of the 18th over of this session. Australia, another opportunity again. Another drop catch, but David Warner stuck the one hand out there. He thought, I'm not going to get here with two hands, so I might as well just stick out the one hand and see if it sticks, but it didn't. And he wasn't able to connect and get that catch. Anyway, that's the thing with Australia. It's all about being patient, that's all. No need to rush here. Looks like Nathan Lyon's going to come on. I believe. Not bad from Pat Cummins. I think a good move. Just change it up a little bit here. Change the pace up a bit. I think Nathan Lyon will definitely cause some problems, especially maybe to Thakur. Rahani's a pretty good player for spin, but maybe challenging Thakur more with the off spin. Got the wicket of Jadeja yesterday, got the breakthrough Nathan Lyon. But this game is set up nicely for Nathan Lyon, especially towards the back end, day 4 and 5. He will definitely have a role to play. He's in now to Rahani for the first time today. And Rahani works this through the covers for 4. And Nathan Lyon starting right arm around the wicket. We've seen that a lot from Nathan Lyon, but I do like it when Nathan Lyon does bowl over the wicket and outside of off stump. Don't really like it when he bowls around the wicket to right-handers because, he's a better bowler, Nathan Lyon, if he does bowl that line outside off stump to right-handers from over the wicket. He's in now line. Rahani uses his feet, but he defends to the fielder at cover for no run. But anyway, he's trying something new, Nathan Lyon. He's always gone with his tactics sometimes where he does go around the wicket to right-handers. But I do like it when he's bowling over the wicket to right-handers outside off stump because he's more a threat, turning the ball back in and hoping he can get a wicket. There's a single there to Rahani. Moves on to 79. India try by 225. This partnership frustrated in Australia. They've had 3 opportunities to try and break it, 2 times to Thakur, which were dropped, and the one to Rahani in the last over, which was dropped by David Warner. He stuck out one hand, and it either sticks or it doesn't if you go the one-hand option. So Thakur on strike to Lyon. This will be interesting. Lyon now over the wicket now to Thakur, who defends for no run. That's better for Nathan Lyon. Get it outside off stump to the right-hander. Looking to turn the ball back in, of course, and looking to get one to skid on or natural variation. He's in now to Thakur, who defends again. There's no run. Frustrating for Australia, but Australia just got to keep their cool here. It's easy to lose your head in this situation where, we've got to break this partnership. But, Australia's still in a good position. It just takes one good ball, that's all. Line in again. Last ball of the over to Thakur. He's in now, and this one comes back in to Thakur. He defends for no run, and it's the end of the over. It's 6 for 244. India 6 for 244. Partnership frustrating Australia a little bit, but one good ball should break it, and that's what you've got to be thinking as a bowling group. And there's only Siraj and Yadav and Shami to come once Australia break this partnership. Probably get rid of Rahani if they can. That's an ideal situation. Get rid of Rahani, the specialist batter. And then you can get rid of the tail, and it should end quickly after that, you would think. At the moment, this partnership offering a bit of fight and resistance for India, but they're still a long way away. They still trail by 225 and they're 6 for 244. After starting the day 5 down for 150 odd, this partnership has scored majority of the runs that India have scored today. Bharat and Rahani, the not-out batters, didn't really score much runs between them. Cummins into Rahani, who pushes this on to the offside again for a single. He moves on to 80. He's 20 runs away from another Test century. And Ajinkya Rahane not doing his ambitions. Sorry, let me try and say that again. Scoring runs here, Ajinkya Rahane, 80. So he's probably going to cement his spot in the Indian Test side going forward if he scores runs here. He's been out of the side for some time. He's made a good fist of it. Cummins in now to Thakur. What can he do here, Cummins? He's in now to Thakur. This one on leg stump. This one worked away to the deep Backward square leg boundary for 4. Not a good ball from Cummins. Got to be better than that. Got to be outside off stump. And a bit of short stuff to Thakur, I think. India try by 220. Not a good delivery from Pat Cummins. Get that outside off stump. That one was too far down the leg side. Get him outside off stump and pepper him with some short balls here. I think they haven't gone to the short ball enough to Thakur. He's a tail-ender, not really confident playing the short ball. He has been hit a few times. Cummins into Thakur. This one outside off stump. That's better. But Thakur leaves and there's no run. That's better. Get it outside off stump. A short ball, potentially. I don't think Australia have gone to the short ball tactic enough today, especially to Thakur. It's understandable if you don't do it to Rahane because he's well experienced. But to the tail-enders especially, they don't like it up around their armpit or their head height. Get it up there. Get mean and aggressive, Pat Cummins. He'll take it on, no doubt about that, Thakur, and he may get out by doing it. Cummins in now to Thakur, who pushes this to mid-on. Mitchell Starc does the fielding and gives the ball a shine. Throws it back to the skipper. Yeah, John says, I think you're the Bill Lawry to mine Tony Greig. Well, I think so, John. Well, that's what Bill Lawry did in that partnership that he had with Tony Greig for many years. Cummins in now to Thakur. That one short. Good from Cummins. Bowl a short ball there. That one left alone by Thakur. Ducked underneath it. That's more like it. I want to see that more from Australia. Go with the short ball, especially Thakur. I think they missed a trick there early. Especially when a tail ender comes in, you want to bowl short to them. They're very uncomfortable against that. Should have gone to it earlier, Pat Cummins. Anyway, Cummins in now to Thakur. This one down the leg side. Good take from Carey. He saved a potential boundary there for 4 byes. It's the end of the over. Australia will be looking to break this partnership before lunch. If they can just get this 1 wicket, then I think the wickets will fall quickly after that because you're into Yadav and Shami and Siraj, who's a genuine number 11, and I don't think they'll last long. Gaurav, thanks for joining us. You say, do you think in situations like this, counter-attacking and playing aggressive cricket is the right option, or stay out the middle as long as you can? Well, I think the plan for India is to probably stay out there as long as they can, if they can. Pardon the pun. If they can. If you're an aggressive type player, then do that as Nathan Lyon comes in to Rahane and he defends for no run. Being aggressive is good. If you're an aggressive type player, don't go away from that. But I think in this situation for India, I think it's just about trying to bat time. It's going to be very difficult for India to try and come back into this match. They're very behind in this match as Rahane pushes this onto the offside for a quick single. So it's very hard for India to get back into this match. They trail by 219 and the 250 is up for India. They bit of a round of applause there, and the fans cheering the 250 up. But, for Australia, they've got the advantage in this match, obviously. A big first innings. If they can wrap up the 4 wickets quickly, a lead of over 200 plus is a pretty good result for Australia, and they can look to bat long. There's a single there to Thakur. So I think that will be the plan for India, just to, try and survive as long as they can. If they get out, so be it. But they've only got themselves to blame in the way they've played in this test match in terms of how they batted in this innings. The top order and the middle order, not really producing all that often in this test match for India. As lines in now to Rahane. And Rahane works this through the covers. He'll pick up at least 2, maybe 4. Scott Boland doesn't cut it off, and it's 4 runs. India try by 214. So Rahane and Thakur frustrating the Australians here. No worries, Gaurav. But, something for India to smile about is that's the 100 partnership. First time India's got a 100-run partnership in this second innings. To be honest, Australia should have broken it 3 times because they dropped them 3 times. They dropped Thakur twice. They dropped Rahane once. It could have been well over by now. But only Australia have themselves to blame in terms of that. So something for India to smile about, the 100-run partnership for the 7th wicket. I think the plan this morning for Australia was to wrap this up quickly and get a big first innings lead as possible. It's already big. 214 is a substantial lead. Line in now to Rahane, who drives through the covers for another single. For another boundary, actually. I thought a fielder was out there in the deep, but it's 4. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 2, 59 after 59. So 100-run partnership for India. Rahane and Thakur could have been broken before. It should have been broken on a number of occasions. 3 drop catches. It should have been broken. And I think Australia will be disappointed with those missed opportunities that they created there. This partnership frustrating Australia, agitating them. Ajinkya Rahane's 11 runs away from a test century. Nothing certain in cricket. It's not guaranteed that he will get that century. I'm just stating the facts. We know in cricket that, nothing's certain. But he's on 89. He's batted well. Cummins now into Thakur. This one outside off stump, and there's no run. I think Australia need to go to the short ball with Thakur a little bit. Get him up, hopping a bit. That's the key. I think they missed the trick there with Pat Cummins. Go short early to him, especially early on in his innings. Tailenders don't like it short. Get him fending those short balls early on. They trail by 210, India. It's 6 for 259. 59 overs have been bowled. We're into the 60th. It's Pat Cummins in again now to Thakur. Oh, this one beats him. Good delivery from Pat Cummins. This one beats Thakur. That's more like it from Pat Cummins. Good delivery there. We've seen some good balls from the bowlers on both sides at times. This partnership, 107. India, no surprise to see them fight back. They're a side that always fights back in difficult situations, but it is a long road for India, of course, in this test match. They are behind the 8 ball, and that's the obvious facts. As Cummins in now to Thakur. This one keeps a little bit low. Thakur manages to dig it out. And there's no run. Gaurav says, what do you think of Ganguly's criticism of Rohit Sharma? Fair criticism? Gaurav, to be honest, I didn't really hear what Sourav Ganguly said about Rohit Sharma. I think he would have offered his opinions about team selection and not picking Ashwin and how India have played in this final. So I'm not sure about that, Gaurav. I didn't really see his commentary on that. Now then, he's out, he's gone, trapped in front. Finally, Pat Cummins has broken through. Thakur's reviewed it, but I think that looked pretty good. It looked pretty adjacent to me. Trapped in front, LBW. Cummins high-fiving. Australia need this wicket to break the momentum and to get into the Indian tailenders proper. He was across his stumps there, Thakur. Trapped in front. Umpire Illingworth raised his finger. No hesitation from him. He thought it looked pretty good. India have reviewed it. Good delivery from Pat Cummins. Yeah. You can see leg stump there, but it could be going on to hit the top of leg. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He's done it again, Pat Cummins. He's bowled another no ball again. This is what happened with Ajinkya Rahane yesterday. And umpire Illingworth will outstretch his arm for a no ball. You got to be kidding me. In the words of Bill Lawry, oh dear, oh dear. Well, India, a bit of luck. Again, Ajinkya Rahane yesterday, out LBW. It was a no ball. And then Pat Cummins has done the same thing. He's had a problem with his run-up today, Pat Cummins. In saying that, he may get him out this ball again. Cummins into Thakur. Thakur defends onto the offside for no run. Now, let's have a look at this LBW. Was it going to be out anyway? Oh, it was umpire's call. So it was going to be out because the umpire gave it out. But Pat Cummins overstepped again. And the Indian fans enjoying that. Something for India to smile about. But for Australia, Pat Cummins has done that for the second time in this test match. But anyway, Australia's still in a good position. They've got a lead. That's the main thing. Cummins into Thakur. This one beats him past the outside edge. There's an appeal from Carey for caught behind. No one else is convinced. Umpire Illingworth is unmoved. Pat Cummins is thinking about reviewing. He's thinking about it, Pat Cummins. Does he want to go upstairs? He does. Well, Australia have got all their reviews left. And during this WTC cycle, their DRS success is only 26%. So that's not really good. Alex Carey was up. He was the only one who was interested in this caught behind decision. But for Australia's sake, he'll be hoping that there could be a little bit of a touch of the outside edge. Let's have a look. It was close. The bat was close to the ball. So the bat was close to the bat as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing there. Nothing on ultra edge. There was a little bit of a murmur, but that's probably just the ball just clipping something or some part of the ground. The spikes often do that with stump marks, but clearly there's a gap there between ball and bat. And good decision by umpire Illingworth. But it's been a good over from Pat Cummins, except for that LBW or the no ball. He's done that twice now, Pat Cummins. Rahane and now Thakur. India tried by 209. 6 for 260. They've got 4 wickets in hand. Pat Cummins, not a great day. Thakur looking for a quick single. Cummins kicks the ball off the ground in frustration. He's not happy. He shouldn't be happy because he bowled a no ball and was at LBW. So I believe that is lunch. India have done well to get to lunch. Only 1 wicket down in that session for 260. We'll talk about the session and where to next after lunch. But Australia will be disappointed. They had 3 opportunities. Well, technically, if you include the LBW, 4 opportunities to break this partnership. Thakur should have been out pretty much when he first came in off Scott Boland, and that was dropped by Khawaja. And then another opportunity in the gully to Cameron Green was dropped. LBW, David Warner's drop catch as well. So round of applause for India. To be honest, Australia will be a little bit frustrated in terms of not breaking this partnership, but that's just the way Test cricket is, where you have these periods of frustration. And for India, for the first time in the Test match, pretty much have won a session They haven't won too many sessions in this test match, but you would think India, pretty good session for them. They only lost 1 wicket, Rahane 89, Thakur 36. Bharat was the only wicket to fall for 5. He was bowled by Scott Boland in the first over of the day, second ball. And the Australian bowlers have shared the wickets around. All of them have gone for runs, but this oval pitch has got a bit of something for the bowlers as well. India are 209 runs behind, but they still face an uphill battle. Their odds of trying to win this test match are difficult still. Australia will be hoping to wrap it up after lunch, and I think that will be the plan. As we know in cricket, nothing's certain, so these two may get out after lunch, may get out in consecutive balls or whatever. You never know in cricket. It's unpredictable. So if Australia can break this partnership after lunch, and then they can get into India's proper tail-enders in terms of Siraj and Shami and Umesh Yadav, then I think Australia will wrap it up quickly. And the plan for Australia will be to bat, obviously, bat all day and bat all day tomorrow, or for majority of the day tomorrow. So that'll be the plan for Australia. But for India, they've had a bit of luck, drop catches, no balls, missed opportunities. They've written their luck. You need to ride some luck in cricket and cash in on that luck as well. But look, Australia, they'll have their plans at lunch. They'll be having a good think and saying, you know what, let's be better, let's be sharper. We created some opportunities. We bowled some poor deliveries a little bit there. Get back to that line and length and bowl some short stuff. I don't think they bowled enough short stuff, especially to Thakur. Thakur looked uneasy. He got a hit. He got a few hits on the body when he first came in. I think Australia should have gone to the short ball a lot earlier to Thakur to really unsettle him. So I think they missed a little bit of a trick there. And also probably going to Nathan Lyon a bit earlier as well, just to try something different, break up the one pace nature of it. So there's a lot of things that Australia can work on, but that's Test cricket. This is what it's all about, where you have teams fighting back and arm wrestle. India have fought back, and then Australia may fight back in the second session, but that's what Test cricket's about. And we've certainly seen that in this first session. I don't think anyone's surprised by India's fight back here. They're always a team that always managed to fight back. But I think Pat Cummins will be disappointed. He's had a few problems about that no ball and his follow through. But I think for the old advice for Pat Cummins is start from the popping crease and then run into the outfield until you bowl the ball and then mark your run out. That's the old way of marking your run out, run up as a bowler. Just start from the popping crease, run out to the outfield, and then when you're expected to release the ball and bowl, that's your run up. So I think Pat Cummins should do the old method where you just do that and sort out the problems there. But anyway, everyone, thanks for joining us for this first session. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second and the third session here at lunch on day one. But that's pretty much what it is. We'll get through the comments and then we'll have a bit of a chat of what's going to happen after lunch and what's going to happen for the remainder of this day. Jihan says they're letting the game slip just as I feared they would. Won't be able to afford to do this against England. Well, maybe a different result against England in the Ashes, probably. John says, not many gremlins around now. The wheels are starting to fall off. Well, have faith, John. I don't think... Look, Australia just had a little bit of a bad patch there. I still think they're in a good position. Whenever you lead by anything in the second innings, I think they'll take that, Australia. They would have liked to wrap it up quickly. Unfortunately, those drop catches didn't help, the no ball, missed opportunity there. But really, in all seriousness, I think both teams, with this World Test Championship, both teams know if this game is a draw, they both share the mace. So I think both teams will definitely have that in the back of their minds. that, you know what, if we draw this match, we both share the title anyway, so no one really loses from that. That's a long way down the track, obviously, but I'm just probably thinking out loud there that, in all seriousness, I think both teams would think, you know what, if this is a draw, we both share the title and we both share the mace. And I think both teams may consider that down the track. So that's the thing. Be interesting to see what happens in the remainder of this test match here. But I think Australia, if they can get it right after lunch, get these two out and break this partnership, and then you're pretty much into the other tail enders, which probably not going to stick around for much longer. And if they can do that as quickly as possible, get out there and then really put the aggression back on India, because India will be under pressure then, because if they're 200 runs ahead Australia, Australia can build that lead up, and before you know it, it could be 350, 400. So, but that's Test cricket, the ebbs and flows of it, and we've certainly seen that today. Jihan says they're only 200 behind now. These two put on another 100s game on. Yes, but as we know in cricket, it's a new session and the next session, and a new opportunity for Australia to pretty much get back on their terms. Gaurav says it was a no ball. Yes, it was. Jihan says sorted out. John says it's not luck from India. It's poor work from the skipper. Well, it's a little bit of luck as well, John. You need that in cricket. You need things to go your way a little bit. So a little bit of luck and also a little bit of misfortune from Pat Cummins, a little bit there. John says, I thought that was missing leg, to be honest. Jihan says, no, in the end, it was clipping the leg stump. Umpire's call. Gaurav says, agrees with John there. Twice in 2 innings. Jihan says, wasting reviews now. Well, is that a new thing, Jihan? Australia and the DRS has always been a little bit of a problem, but they are working on it. I think Australia should talk to a former umpire. Simon Towfel has offered his services in regards to that. I did hear him say that on the podcast once, and I think it's probably good to do that, I think, because umpires do have decision-making processes and methods which can be useful for teams, especially with DRS. So I think Australia should take him up on his offer, but he hasn't heard anything back from Cricket Australia. John says Pat needs to bowl from a foot behind the crease. Mental disintegration settling in now. Well, he just needs to get it right. Just overstriding a little bit there from Pat Cummins. He struggled with that yesterday, but that's the thing with someone who hasn't played a lot of cricket like Pat. It's going to be hard to find that rhythm again. So, he'll work it out. He's a professional. He'll work out these problems, especially in the lunch break. Maybe go and have a bowl in the nets or something and just work it out with the coaches. And but he's a professional, Pat Cummins. He'll work it out as they do. There's a lot of unforced errors from Australia here. Yep. Gaurav says India should have been all out for 150, but Christmas came early. Australia is in Santa mode. Well, you could say that. John says, good thing this isn't a game of footy. The coach will be ripping into them. Yeah, well, it isn't football. It's cricket. Different for sports, of course. But, they'll sit down and they'll say, right, okay, what do we need to do better, as you would in that situation. So that's what they'll be doing. They're professionals. They'll definitely regroup Australia. Just regroup and go back to the basics, which is the important thing. Exactly right there, Jihan. Need to regroup during the lunch break. You also say Jihan wasted LBW reviews, cost them the Headingley test. That was 4 years ago. Still haven't worked it out yet. Well, that's the thing. You're asking players to become umpires. And when you do that, of course, players think everything's going to be out. You got to think like an umpire. That's your mindset when it comes to DRS. So you got 15 seconds. So you got to make up your mind in 15 seconds, sort of like with an umpire where you take a little bit of time. So I think for teams, in terms of their process with DRS, they need to probably speak to umpires and speak about how do you go about your decision-making process? What factors do you factor in? And I think that could be really beneficial to some of the teams around the world in world cricket. But they don't do that. They don't do that. They think, our method is the best way. But I think, always look at other resources, always look at other areas where you can improve and ask other people in terms of the DRS, in terms of how to improve that. So that's what Australia probably need to do. All teams need to do that as well. But pretty much when you're asking players to review, when you're asking players to become umpires, of course you're going to have reviews where they just burn a review for the sake of it because they think it's out. So you've got to talk to an umpire and, come up with those decision-making processes, because umpires do have processes and methods when it comes to that, and which can really help you. And Simon Taufel has mentioned that on a few podcasts that I listened to with him. He has offered that to Cricket Australia. He has offered that to the Australian team and Pat Cummins, and he hasn't heard anything back. I think they should take him up on his offer, because they'll definitely learn a lot about how umpiring works and what things you need to look out for, and what are the things that the umpire's thinking that, okay, this is not out or this is out, yada, yada, yada. And that will help your decision-making process with the DRS. So I think all teams can definitely learn from umpires in terms of that, because they're the ones making the decisions. Gaurav says that's an interesting point. Teams hiring umpires so they sort out their thought process can improve, would be beneficial. Exactly right. And it's true. It makes perfect sense to do that, where you have speak to an umpire or current international umpire or former umpire who's umpired at the top level to come in and speak to them. And this is how you go about it. So it would help teams out in terms of DRS. It would help them out. But many teams have their own methods and they have their own processes which they want to do. So yeah, that's how teams are operating. But it would make sense to do that. John says, take the DRS away from the players, leave it to the umpires. Yes, we've had that discussion for years. We've always had that discussion, but they've left it in the players' hands, and the players have to make those decisions whenever. But that's just the way it is. But players need to be better in their processes there. Gaurav, you say India should just have Dhoni around. The man hardly got it wrong. No, he's pretty spot on with the DRS, MS Dhoni. So there we go. So at lunch on day 3, India are 6 for 260. They've offered a bit of resistance. This partnership between Thakur and Rahane is frustrating the Australians. We've already spoken about what went wrong for Australia there. A couple of drop catches, especially off this partnership. They dropped Rahane once. They dropped Thakur 3 times. The LBW no ball decision by Cummins as well. Some drop catches in there as well. So Australia will be looking to regroup at lunch. India, I don't think, yes, India will be delighted with how they're coming along at the moment. But obviously for India, they know that, this game is still a long way away from their grasp. It's going to be very hard for them to try and come back into this test match. But They've offered some resistance, which you would expect. Unfortunately for India, the top to middle order didn't quite do that yesterday, and the middle order to lower order are showing the top order what to do. Jihan says, I have to disagree about giving DRS to the umpires. The whole reason DRS is there is because we can't trust the umpires to not make shockers. Yes, this is the thing. This is the thing that I have with DRS about the whole decision-making process. I think in the game, I think we expect too much in terms of perfectionism, which will never happen, especially with technology. When it comes to DRS, when it comes to the DRS process, when it comes to umpires making a decision, everyone expects it to be 100% perfect. And to be honest, if we're going to be realistic, you have to be realistic and expect that an umpire, whoever comes out to umpire a game of cricket, you can't expect an umpire to get everything 100%. They are going to make mistakes. They're human beings, and we can't put that sort of pressure on them because it's just not realistic. They're not robots. They're not going to get everything 100% right. Technology is not 100%. So I think in the game, I think cricket fans, I think we get carried away with that perfectionism, and I think we get carried away with expecting 100% all the time, which doesn't happen. And as an umpire myself, you go out there, you want to get everything right, but then you have to be realistic and say, yeah, I probably won't get anything right in terms of all the decisions I'll make. You'll make an error, you'll make a mistake, and you'll learn from that. It's the same with international cricket as well. So I think we get carried away with this perfectionism, I think, where we have to have everything 100% with technology, but that's not going to be the case. And with DRS, we've got technology, we've got a system that can sort of help get right decisions, but in reality, it's probably not 100%, and it's not getting everything right. So, but many people have their views on technology and DRS and that, but it has certainly it's definitely changed the way the game's being officiated and decisions being given. Of course, umpires will give LBW decisions that they think would be out in the old days, whereas now with DRS, you would give it out because of ball tracking and the projections. So that's just the way it is. On that, so there we are. So lunch on day 3, India 6 for 260. They trail by 209 runs. Australia still in a good position. This partnership's been niggling, frustrating, offering resistance, but 209 runs still ahead for Australia. Obviously, that 469 score was a pretty good score. So they'll be looking to regroup, get back after lunch, get back to doing the basics. And if they can get one of these two out, then I think the innings could end quickly. And then Australia will be back out there batting again. If we can cast our minds forward to what's potentially going to happen in the next session, you would think that Australia would be hoping to wrap it up quickly, get the 4 wickets, get out there, start batting. The plan will be to bat all day today for Australia, bat tomorrow, and then think about declaring tomorrow. So that will be the plan for Australia. For India, it's just about trying to, try and get something out of this game. It's going to be hard for them to try and get themselves into a position where they feel like they can do something in terms of a potential victory, but that looks very difficult. Even though they're 209 runs behind, but they've still got 4 wickets in hand, and things can change quickly. We've seen in Test cricket where things can change quickly, wickets can fall in clumps, and and everything changes in a matter of minutes, I should say. So it's going to be an interesting second session, but both teams will be looking to do what they need to do heading into this afternoon session here at the Oval. And then also the last session of the day as well. So we've got around about how many overs left in the day's play. We'll just have a look at that. So it's not guaranteed that we'll get through all those overs today, but we've got around about 68 overs left in the day's play. So there's still plenty of cricket to come and still plenty to play for in this WTC final for both teams. But that's Test cricket. You want to see a good contest. You want to see some fight. And we've certainly seen that from India this morning. Australia, a little bit of a bad session. One of those rare occurrences where Australia's had a bad session. Definitely that last session was a little bit of a bad session there. But they'll be hoping to bounce back. That's the beauty of Test cricket. You have one bad session, you come back the next session, and you do well. And Australia will be hoping to do that when they come out for the afternoon session there. But India, 6 for 260. 60 overs have been bowled. They trail by 209. Rahane, definitely the best of the Indian batters, 89 not out of 122 balls. He's hit 11 boundaries and won 6. Shardul Thakur, 36 not out of 83. He's hit 4 boundaries. And Scott Boland was the only wicket taker today. In this first session, he got rid of KS Bharat for 5. He was out bowled. And Scott Boland got the only wicket for Australia in that first session. So that's how the session panned out. So thanks everyone for joining us. We'll get through the final comments before we sign out today. We will be back potentially towards the end of this test match to see how this test match will finish. But it's sure to be a very interesting second session. Coming up, John says, despite the slow over rate, the scoring rate has been good from both sides. It has. The scoring rate's been good. The run rates have been high. So you can't fault the teams for that. Jihan says it seems only Australia have a love-hate relationship with DRS. Other teams use it well. Yeah, well, you see other teams burn reviews as well for the sake of it. So, yeah, other teams around the world have a system that they follow, and Australia have their own system. So it's a bit of trial and error, but, you see that from teams where they just burn the reviews for the sake of it and not really think about why did the umpire give that out or not out. So you got to think like an umpire when you're thinking about DRS and sum up all the points. There, you have to say, Jihan, how about a third umpire checks all dismissals like they do with no balls to make sure they aren't dodgy? I think for the no balls, the third umpire does a lot anyway, Jihan. I'm not sure how much you know about the third umpire's role, but they do a lot anyway, the third umpire. The third umpire has a lot of jobs to do. Checking no balls, they check for runouts and stumpings, they check for fair catches, if the ball's going over the boundary or not. They also count the balls in the over to make sure that the on-field umpires don't miss one in the count. They're also calculating the over rate. Every over, every ball, they're always doing the calculations and feeding that information to the umpires on the field. So the third umpire does have a big role to play when it comes to umpiring international cricket. You say, Jan, but for example, if that wasted review Australia just had, if that was given out and India ran out of reviews. Well, if you run out of reviews, well, that's your own fault because you have reviews there for a reason. You've got to use them sparingly. There has been talk about that from some people mentioning about, what happens if a team wastes reviews, etc., like that. Yes, say, John, the third umpire would never be calling the batsman back. That's what I mean. Yeah, no. I don't think, the system was never intended for that. It was only intended for the absolute howler. And teams use the DRS basically as a tactic. They don't use it for its intended purpose. It was brought in for the absolute howler, the absolute mistake, and teams have used it as a tactic. John says, have a fourth umpire trained specially for dismissal reviews. You could, but they've talked about specialist umpires as well, the ICC. They've talked about that. They've mentioned that we have a specialist umpire for all DRS decisions and reviews. They've talked about that, but I don't think that's going to happen because they don't have the people who can fill those gaps. They've talked about that. They've talked about just having one specialist umpire, sort of like in another country, and dispatching with the third umpire. So there's been plenty of debate about that. People have talked about that. I don't think that will happen because they don't have those resources available to them at this stage. Just say, Jihan, but don't give teams a number of reviews. Leave it up to the third umpire to check. Well, yes, you could do that. That's being talked about as well. But I think the ICC, when they came up with the DRS, I think they just wanted the teams to have it in their hands and review decisions which they feel like they want to review. Yes, say Jihan, Takor gets given out, disappointed, walks off. Third umpire checks it, sees it's clearly not out, gets on the walkie-talkie, and the umpire calls the batsman back and reverses his decision. You could do that. That could be some system that they could use. That's been mentioned, that's been talked about. But I think at the end of the day, I think they still want to keep that human element with umpiring. It doesn't solve anything. It doesn't solve all the problems, but I think they just wanted to keep that human element side of it. So that's why the third umpire is not recalling batters in that scenario. They just want to have that human element side as well and not have it all technology and all that way. Jihan says the only thing it doesn't solve the not out reviews, or the third umpire would have to check every appeal. It's definitely the DRS definitely has its flaws, which have been tinkered over the years. So there's plenty of work to improve it, but I don't think it will solve everything. It's an imperfect system, and it's not realistic to have a perfect system because it will never be perfect. There'll always be some doubt. It won't be 100%. And that's the thing with the DRS. That's the thing with cricket. It's not 100% perfect. So we sort of have to put up with the DRS how it is at the moment. Stephen Burgess, thanks for joining us. You say, what about something like soccer? On-field umpire looks at an iPad screen. Yes, well, they do that in soccer or football. I don't think they'll do that for cricket. I don't think. I just don't see that happening. They will want to leave it up to the third umpire in the box to do it like that. But you never know. They do that in soccer. It has worked for them. In cricket, I don't know. They may try that. I don't know. Let's see what the ICC come up with in terms of trying to change how the third umpire goes about it, or DRS. It's an interesting idea. Jihan says there's still plenty of shockers that more than justifies DRS. There is, but this is the thing where we expect everything to be 100%, but it's not going to be 100%. So I think we just got to put up with it, I think, for the time being, and see how it goes. Stephen, you say, in soccer, the third umpire gets on the radio and tells the on-field umpire to go review on screen. Yeah. So there has been talk about that in cricket, where third umpire could do a similar role to that. reviewing decisions and say, okay, you better go upstairs for that because I think you made a mistake there. So there's been talk about that, but I think they want to keep it as is, keep the DRS as is, and keep how the system is at the moment. So, but as I mentioned, there's plenty of areas that it can be improved in, but the technology side of things, I don't think we can ever get that 100%. I think that's the only area that we can't get better. I think it will always have some doubt. Jihan says, so glad they got rid of the soft signal. It was complete nonsense. There was one in Pakistan, Alex Carey batting, not only missed the bat, but Miles clearly bounced in front of the keeper. And Allingdar not only gave it out, gave the soft signal out too. Yes, they did get rid of that. But even with the soft signal getting rid of that, you still have problems with the catches, whether they carried or not. The main problem with that is that, yes, it has created some confusion. So without the soft signal now, it won't be any confusion at all. But the main problem with reviewing catches in that situation is the camera, is the technology. The image is two-dimensional. It's not three-dimensional. So you're seeing a two-dimensional image and you're seeing the ball bounce in front of the fielder, let's just say, and it looks like it's bounced, but it hasn't. It's carried. So that's the problem that we face, is that the camera is the main problem. And we will still have a problem where catches are reviewed, and that will be the main problem still, is because of the camera, the image, foreshortening the image, and we will always have that problem of catches. So it has removed some sort of doubt and confusion with the players, and obviously the umpires will have to make a straight decision, but we will still always have that doubt when it comes to catches, whether it carried or not, because the camera, is not three-dimensional, it's two-dimensional, and we'll still have that problem. So we're still always going to have that problem with the catches there. And even with the soft signal, as an umpire, you don't know whether it's carried or not from a greater distance. If there was a catch in the outfield, you don't know if it's carried into their hands or not. You can't even see. If it's so close to the ground, you're just sort of guessing, and you're sort of going in blind. So with the soft signal, they did the right thing by getting rid of it. It did cause confusion. Whether or not it will solve the problems of catches and reviewing those remains to be seen. So Jihan, when you didn't even need to check the replay, it was so obvious it bounced. Yes, say Jihan, that was an obvious example showing how pointless the soft signal was. Yeah, and we had a few problems last summer as well, especially at the SCG with South Africa and Australia. A few catches bounced. Soft signal was given as well. And a few of those catches were overturned and remained with their decision. Jihan says, I think you can get an indicator of it's carried, the trajectory the ball takes. If it suddenly changes angle upwards, more likely it bounces. It's rare when it bounces off the fingers. Yeah, that's a good way. And obviously as a fielder, you would know if you've caught it or not. Because you're right there and you've seen the ball go into your hands. Sometimes you may be a little bit unsure. But as an umpire, especially when you're, looking to see if a catch is carried from, well into the deep boundary, then it's going to be very hard to see if it carried or not. Stephen, you say, I might be wrong, but I also heard that Snicker is not that reliable because the sound is linked to the video by a tape editor and it needs to link up another reference point sound first. Yes, you are correct. Snicker is not 100% accurate because, as we know, if you know science, of course, physics or whatever, sound travels faster than light. And with Snicker, that's the problem that we have there. So the image and the sound, it travels faster, and it doesn't really sync up every now and again. So the ball may be past the bat, and there's a spike, and the ball's not even next to the bat. So the sound is faster than the image. And Snicko is, or Ultra Edge, or wherever country uses it, whichever name you call it, Ultra Edge or Snicko, it is not 100% reliable. Same with Hotspot as well. That's not 100% reliable either. Technology is not 100% at the end of the day. So we're chasing perfection, which is not achievable. It's something that Simon Taufel talked about, former ICC, elite international umpire. He's been asked this question many times from many of the podcasts that he's been on, and I've heard from him, is that we're chasing perfection, and it's not going to be achievable in terms of technology. So all the technology that the ICC uses for DRS is not 100%. We have to put up with that. They do have their flaws, but it's the best thing we've got at the moment. But that's just the way it is with technology. It's not always 100%. So we just got to accept that, okay, it's not 100%. It's not going to be perfect. Let's just, put up with it and use it. John, you say 9 times out of 10, the fielder knows if it's carried. Yeah, you know if it's carried or not, if it's gone into the hands. So you know as a fielder. So, and I think in the old days where you didn't have, obviously, third umpires and technology, you always had to rely on the fielder's say. Whether or not the fielder said, yeah, I caught it or not, you had to go off that. Whereas these days, you go upstairs and review it. Jihan says that Joe Root catch off Labuschagne at Lords in 2019. I have no idea how that was given out. So obviously bounced. Yes, I do remember that. Yes. That was reviewed at the time. And as you say there, Jihan, was given out. So that's just the way it is. It's just technology. It goes back to the point I made earlier with the camera. It's the camera. It's the vision that you see on the screen. It's not 3-dimensional. It's 2-dimensional. So you always have that perception of, yes, the ball bounced, but it didn't bounce because of that. So we're still going to have that problem of whether it carried or not, whether it bounced or not. We're still going to have that problem. Anyway, that's the end of the lunch break. The Australian team are walking out. They're hoping to regroup after what was a very chaotic session. I was only going to do the first session, but we will do a little bit of the second session. Why not? Seeing that the players are out there already. And people who have just joined us, welcome. Stephen says, yep. You know if you got the fingers underneath it, but at the same time, the camera will show this weird bounce effect happening, making you look like a cheat. That's the thing, Stephen. And that's the thing that we always got to remember, is that the camera is the biggest problem. Is there going to be a way that you can improve the camera? Can you make it 3-dimensional? Maybe you can't. We don't know, but seeing that technology is advancing so rapidly these days, I think it could be possible. But that's the biggest problem. That's the biggest factor when it comes to reviewing catches in cricket, is that the camera foreshortens the image and it looks like it may have bounced, whereas it carried easily. So that's the problem that cricket needs to try and fix. But I don't think we'll ever fix it, because technology is not that perfect, and it's not perfect. So we always got to accept that as cricket fans and be realistic about that. Speaking of umpires, Chris Gaffney and Richard Illingworth, the umpires in this match, is going to be Scott Boland to continue after lunch. He had a bit of a spell before lunch, and he's back into the attack now. I'm pretty sure he's replaced Nathan Lyon. And he will be bowling to Ajinkya Rahane, who's on 89. He's 11 runs away from a century. And he's just ticked over 5,000 test runs. Shadow Thakur, 31. He's age 31, actually. Sorry, I misread that. Chris Gaffney from New Zealand, he signals play. And it's going to be bowling to Ajinkya Rahane. Bowling in to Rahane. This one, right on the money from Scott Boland. Defended nicely by Rahane for no run. Right, game plan for Australia. Make sure, go back to basics, hit a good line and length, and get out there as soon as you can with the bat. They still lead by 209 runs. Still a long way back for India. Ajinkya Rahane, by far the best of the Indian batters thus far. Bowling in again to Rahane, who leaves outside off stump, and there's no run. John, you say, so now we're having the same argument about the tech as we did about the umpires. Both are fallible. That's right. Both human and technology, not 100%. Here we go. Bowling in now to Rahane. Rahane works this to mid-on. Pat Cummins does the fielding, gets in behind that, and there's no run. He's been good at Ajinkya Rahane. He's come back to the test side. He's had a few bits of luck. Yesterday, Pat Cummins bowled a no ball. Would have been out LBW. Just having a look at the replay here. It was umpire's call for impact, but it was hitting the stumps. And then today, he had a drop catch at slip. And then again, Pat Cummins again with the LBW problems. This time to Thakur. It was an LBW decision given out, and it was a no ball. Bowling in to Rahane, who defends. There's no run. Good start from Scott Boland. Quality. This is more like it from Scott Boland, as we expect from him. He's always going to hit a spot. Jihan, you say, what happened to checking the no ball for pretty much all wickets? That seem to have stopped now. Now, since the umpire's checking the no balls now, Jihan, they don't need to go upstairs to review a no ball now because the umpire will be checking that. So this one defended again by Rahane to the offside. There's no run as he looks to get back into his rhythm again after lunch. Pat Cummins looking calm. He's not panicking. And I think that's the important thing, especially for a captain. You don't want to be a captain where you show your body language and show that you're sort of worrying and panicking. Pat Cummins always has that persona of looking calm and reassured. And I think all the Australian team will be like that as well. Yep. No need to panic. It only takes one good ball to get a wicket. Bowling in. This one defended by Rahane, and it's the end of the over. It's a maiden. It's a good over from Boland. Quality stuff from Scott Boland. Always hits that spot, hits that line and length. And that is the first over of the second session done. So to answer your question there, Jihan, pretty much since the third umpire is calling the no ball for front foots, they've done away with checking for a no ball after a dismissal. But the umpires do inquire, just in case if it's above the waist, they do ask the third umpire to check that. So they do check that in some scenarios. Thank you for that, John. I was drinking honey and lemon yesterday. On day one. You may have seen me drinking something. It wasn't tea or coffee. It was honey and lemon. Very good for the throat. Thank you, John. I'll be having a honey and lemon very soon. Cummins in now after lunch to Thakur. Thakur defends onto the offside and there's no run. Australia's dropped a few catches today. This one was dropped by Cameron Green in the gully. Just having a look at the replay here. it went to his chest, and this one by Kawasha, that was off Scott Boland. That was early in the first session. Got a finger to it, tip to it, I should say. And then this one from David Warner to Rahane off Cummins. Got a hand to it, and then spilt it. Cummins into Thakur. That's much better from Pat Cummins. Thakur defends, and there's no run. Much better from Pat Cummins. Get it on that off-stump line. Get the batter forward. Look for that outside edge. Stephen, you say, does Australia have a problem not finishing off teams? Seems to be a theme since the last Ashes in England. That's Stokes Test. Headingley, of course. The India series in Australia. Are we chokers? Well, Australia have struggled to finish off the tail, and that has been a theme over the years. As this one's defended onto the onside by Thakur. There's no run. There has been a problem there. I think it comes down to a number of factors. Number one, probably not bowling good lines and lengths and not doing the basics, tactics, game situation, resistance from the tail enders. So all a number of factors there, but Australia are working on that. But look, Rahane and Thakur, they've had a bit of luck along the way. They have. Thakur defends this to mid-on. There's no run. They've had a bit of luck today, a few drop catches, and Australia, if Australia take a wicket here, I think they can finish up the innings very quickly, because you are getting into Umesh Yadav, Mohammad Siraj, and Shami. And you think, they may not stick around for much longer, but yeah, Australia has had a problem with that over the number of years since the last Ashes. Cummins into Thakur. This one on his pads. Thakur works it down to long leg. He'll pick up the first run of the session. India trail by 208. They're 6 for 2, 61. Australia looking to wrap it up quickly, get out there and start batting and pile on the runs. Jihan says, I think there should always be a simple rule that's used even for TV reviews. Any significant doubt should go to the batsman. That makes it fair across the board. Yep, we often give her the benefit of the doubt. Cummins in to Rahane. In the air, taken! What a catch! What a catch from Cameron Green in the gully. Rahane has gone for 89. That's what Australia needed. The spark after lunge. What a catch from Cameron Green. In the words of Bill Lawry, it's an absolute ripper. What a catch. He's got a big reach, Cameron Green. He's quite a tall man. He's got a big wingspan. He flew one-handed catch to his right. That's more like it, Australia. They didn't drop that chance. What a catch from Cameron Green. Rahane, dear, oh dear, oh dear. He's gone for 89. Oh dear, 11 runs short of the century. He batted well, Ajinkya Rahane. Now Australia can wrap it up now. They're 7 for 261 India. I think Bill Lawry will be happy for that catch there from Cameron Green. As we all know over the years of Bill Lawry in his commentary, he's taken an absolute ripper. Very good catch from Cameron Green. That's what Australia needed. That's better from Pat Cummins. That's more like it. Pat Cummins has been a little bit off in this test. It's good to see him take the first wicket after lunch. And now you would think Australia should wrap this up. After all that excitement, Australia have got their first wicket of this last session. Cameron Green, very good catch. He's removed Ajinkya Rahane for 89. Umesh Yadav's his new batter at the crease. I don't think Yadav's going to stick around for long. And Australia will be hoping to wrap this up quickly. India, 7 for 261. Umesh Yadav is Coming in at number 9, he didn't have a great time of it with the ball, Umesh Yadav. He struggled a bit in the first innings, leaked some runs. He hasn't played much cricket, as many of the players haven't, in terms of the Australian team, but also the Indian teams played a couple of months of IPL, so both teams haven't been at their best. They've been a bit rusty, and that's understandable for various reasons. What a catch from Cameron Green. Another catch for him in the gully, which is his position in this Australian side. That's his fielding position, always fields at gully. And it's a very important position as well. Michael Hussey, when he used to play for Australia, always used to take good catches in the gully. Bowling into Thakur, who defends. For no run. Just having a look at the replay again. Rahane just gliding that straight down into that gully region where Cameron Green took a very good catch to his right. Rahane, good resistance, 89 he made. What a catch from Cameron Green. He's taken some good catches in the gully over the years in his Test career. Ajinkya Rahane, he'll be disappointed not to make a century. Bowling in, that one defended in behindly. That one defended by Thakur, got in behind that, I should say. Very good catch. And finally for Australia, they finally held on to a catch. But it's always nice when you take a good catch like that, and Cameron Green quite happy about that catch. Ajinkya Rahane not so happy. He's looking very disappointed that he didn't make a century, but he batted well. Bowling in to Thakur. This one left outside off stump by Thakur. Shoulders, arms, and there's no run. Jihan, you say on the great cricketer, they made a list on occasions, threw it away after having multiple chances to dominate. That's about Australia not capitalising on key opportunities. Ajinkya Rahane, first wicket to fall in this session. Bowling into Thakur. This one down the leg side. Kerry does well to get a hand on it, get a glove on it. They'll come through for a bye. Umpire Gaffney signals that to the scorers. Not a bad thing for Australia to get Umesh Yadav on strike. I think they will want to bowl as many balls as they can to Yadav. They've only got 2 balls left in the over, so Scott Boland will be hoping to make a breakthrough if he can to get rid of Umesh Yadav. Scott Boland, can he pick up his 3rd wicket? He's got 2 for 47. Couple of balls left of the 18th over for him. He's in now to Yadav. This one traps Yadav on the pads, running down to the fine leg boundary for 1 leg bye. And umpire Chris Gaffney will signal that to the scorers. Stephen says redeemed himself. Well, he has. Jihan says finally got him out, 3rd innings. Jihan says they referred to this Australian team as the Nelly team for the last decade. Scott Boland, last ball of his over now. It's in now to Thakur, who gets in behind it, defends to mid-on. Defends to mid-on, I should say, and that's the end of the over. It's 7 for 263. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. We were going to do the first session only, but seeing that the second session has started, we'll be here for a little while. And then we may be here until the first drinks break of this session. So that's not for a few while, and that's not for a fair while yet. So we'll stick around until then. India trail by 206. Now Pat Cummins, Umesh Yadav. He will want to probably go short to him I think they missed the trick there with Thakur when he was into his innings. Probably looked to bowl short early on. Yadav gets in behind this one from Cummins, and there's no run. So I think that's what Pat Cummins would try and do here, is try and bowl that short ball to Thakur. To Yadav, I should say. He's on strike. Pat Cummins, not a great test for him, for the skipper. He's in now to cut to Yadav, who defends to bid on, and there's no run. Gaurav says Australia should use the short balls against the Thailanders. Yes, I think that's a good move there, Gaurav. Definitely go short. I think they missed a little bit of a trick there with Thakur early on in his innings, where he looked a little bit uncertain, got hit a few times. They should have gone with the short ball ploy there. But I think Pat Cummins would do that now to Yadav. You haven't got a short leg in, so got a fielder at deep square leg. He's gone out to the boundary. Cummins in now to Yadav. Yadav pushes this through the offside for a quick single. Labuschagne throws at the non-striker's end, misses. Umesh Yadav is off the mark. Australia will be hoping to finish this off quickly now. That's the wicket. That's the spark they needed after lunch, after dropping a few chances. Stephen, your comment here. That Warner drop earlier. Catch earlier. Is it just me or Steve Smith normally fields at first slip and Warner normally at second slip? Just looked weird on camera. He looks so short between Smith and Carey. He usually fields at first slip. This one, a short ball from Cummins, ducked underneath by Thakur. There's no run. He usually fields at first slip, David Warner. Steve Smith usually at second. Maybe they do alternate it. Maybe Smith and Warner switch between first and second slip, or whichever preference they prefer. As Cummins in now to Thakur, who gets an outside edge down to the deep backward point boundary for one. The Indian dressing room, looking relaxed. It's been a tough test match for India, really. Cummins in now to Yadav, who gets in behind this one. It defends comfortably. It's the end of the over. It's 7 for 265. 7 for 265. 64 overs have been bowled. India trail by 204 runs. They've got 3 wickets left in their innings. Australia just need 3 wickets to wrap this up. Stephen, you say Stark gets a pep and he step bowling to tail. He does. That's why they call him the Mop. The Australian team have a nickname for Mitchell Stark. They call him the Mop, especially bowling to the Thailanders. And he'll be hoping to get a few wickets here, Mitchell Stark, to the Thailanders, if he comes on or not. That's if Australia don't take the 3 wickets before he comes on. Scott Boland in to Thakur, who defends for no run. Just having a look at the coverage here. One of the great test matches, the Thai test of 1960-61. A fantastic test match, of course, between Australia and West Indies at the Gabba. First ever test match that ended in a tie. Bowling into Thakur. Defends onto the offside. There's no run. Jihan, you say 2019 World Cup. They should have got the semi-final with New Zealand, but they managed to lose their last group game to South Africa, one of the worst teams in the tournament to that point. Jihan says, go on to lose the semi in that first hour against England. Yes, it was a difficult semi-final to watch. England smashing Australia at Edgbaston in that 2019 World Cup semi-final. Bowling into Takor, who defends in back to Boland. There's no run. Yes, I see Jihan. Then there was South Africa 2018 after battering England at home, turn up and win the first test and go overboard with sledging, and then the ball tampering ended up getting hammered 3-1. Yes, Jihan, there's 2019 Ashes, which could have easily been 4-1 to Australia with a little more application. Bowled into Takor, who works this behind square down to fine leg for 1. He moves on to 39. Yes, Jihan, even the home T20 World Cup, they rocked up to the first game and get destroyed by New Zealand. New Zealand are pretty average the rest of the tournament. Let's say Jihan, all these chances they manage to mess up. John says, I think Australia have overcorrected since the South Africa ball tampering. Sure, they had to rebuild their reputation, but they lost the ability to dominate the game. Scott Boland in for this fifth ball of his over. He's into Yadav, who defends, and there's no run. Just the wicket they needed, Australia. Needed that wicket of Rahane. And now they're into the tail and they can wrap it up quickly here. If they can pick up the 3 wickets quickly here, begin batting and start setting what will be a very difficult target for India to chase on a pitch that is expected to deteriorate. Boland in to Yadav, who defends. There's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 7 for 266. Seven for 266 for India. Stephen, you say if we lose this game, I say this generation of players are bigger chokers than the South African team of the 90s. Well, South Africa did have a habit of not capitalising on key moments and in high-pressure situations. Marcus Harris on the field for Scott Boland, just going off. Scott, hopefully just to have a bit of a breather or change of clothes. Cummins into Takor, who works it through square leg for 1. And that's not a bad thing for Australia. Just get Umesh Yadav on strike. Cameron Green, very good catch to get rid of Ajinkya Rahane. Jihan, you say since Michael Clarke really retired, he missed the chance to win the 2015 Ashes, but won the World Cup and got the Ashes back in 13-14 after a long period. Yes, he did. And not a bad player. As Cummins into Yadav, this one beats him, straight through him. Good delivery from Pat Cummins. That one beaten Umesh Yadav all ends up. Just have a look at this again. Just going past his outside edge. Nearly another wicket there for Pat Cummins. But you would think that Umesh Yadav is going to have some problems facing Pat Cummins here. Cummins in again to Yadav. This one short, outside off stump. Yadav does well to get bat on this. Gets it past Cameron Green in the gully for 4 runs. And for India, it's another boundary under the total. 198 runs is still a good lead for Australia. Even though India are 7 for 271 and that partnership between Rahane and Thakur. But still, 198 runs is still a good lead, especially going into the second innings for Australia. So they're definitely in a good position. They'll be hoping to wrap it up quickly with the 3 wickets here. Get out there, and David Warner and Usman Khawaja will get out there and start opening the batting. Yadav in, he defends. Onto the offside, and there's no run. Rahul Dravid looking on from the dressing room. Been under fire with some people making some criticisms about India not selecting Ashwin and Rohit Sharma's decision to bowl first in this final. Cummins in now to bowl him, clean him up. That's the end of Umesh Yadav. Straight through him, bowled him neck and crump. And that is the end of Umesh Yadav. It didn't take long. He only lasted 11 balls, and Pat Cummins gets the breakthrough. That is the end of Umesh Yadav. He's gone for 5. India are 8 for 271. Yep, just hitting the top of the bales there from Pat Cummins. Getting some wickets here late, the Australian skipper. Umesh Yadav is gone for 5. It's 8 for 271, and Australia picking up these wickets here in this second session today. Yadav is gone. He's bowled by Cummins. Very good wicket to pick up there for Pat Cummins there. So Australia starting to wrap up things quickly now after what was a difficult first session, but they've come back well at the start of this session. And they've picked up Rahane, and now Umesh Yadav. And you would think Mohammad Shami and Siraj will probably not last long for much longer. And thanks, everyone, for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Everyone listening to me dribble on about cricket. But we're having some fun nonetheless. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Really do appreciate it. Jihan, you say Steve Smith wasn't a ruthless captain. Tim Payne was always a standby who did a decent job. I'm not sure Cummins has that ruthlessness in him. Yeah, that's an interesting point you make there, Jihan. You could say he's probably not a ruthless captain, probably like some Australian captains in the past, maybe like Alan Border, who was very aggressive. Ricky Ponting was a good leader as well. Steve Waugh did it in his own way. I guess it's Pat Cummins' own way, I think. I guess he sees that we don't have to be aggressive. We can still be aggressive, but not in sort of an arrogant sort of way, as the Australian team was back some time ago. As Shami defends to deep mid-off, and there's no runs. The end of the over. India are 8 for 271. But it's just his own style. I think every captain has their own style when it comes to leadership and captaincy, and Pat Cummins has his own style. So I think that's just the way the Australian team want to play in this current day. Every captain will have their own philosophy, their own method of going about things. But he's done an okay job, Pat Cummins, since he's come into the job. It's not easy being a fast bowling captain. A lot of people saying, is it reliable to have a bowler as captain? But he's done an okay job since he's come in. He's had a few challenges along the way, as you expect, but he's only a new captain, Pat Cummins, so he'll learn as he gets into the job. Bowling into Thakur, this one flicked off the pads from Thakur down to fine leg for 1. Mohammad Shami is now on strike. Well, they don't take the single, sorry. Dot ball there. Thakur looking to farm the strike, which what you expect from a specialist batter, especially batting with the tail. So Australia would like to dot it up in this over, and Pat Cummins have a crack at Shami in the next over. India try by 198. 7 for 271 as Scott Boland is in. In now to Thakur, who works it through point. He does take the single now. Well, that's interesting. He's taken the single. He feels like Shami can negate Scott Boland. We shall see. Stephen, you say tough question time. If he's fit, does Hazlewood walk back into the team for Ashes? I say yes. Maybe drop Stark and keep Boland. Yes, I say Stephen. No, sitting on the fence. Need to put your selector hat on. Okay, I'll think about that. As Scott Boland gets ready to bowl his third ball to Mohammad Shami. Shami in now to. Boland into Shami, who gets it past Boland, down the ground. It won't quite go to the boundary, will it? Pat Cummins in pursuit. He doesn't rein it in. And Mohammad Shami picks up a boundary. 4 runs for Shami. I thought he didn't quite hit that with enough power there, but it's quick outfield here at the Oval, so you only have to push it, not hit it too hard, and then you can get a boundary. Pat Cummins in pursuit, diving, just crashing into the rope there. Back to your question, Stephen. That's an interesting one. If he's not 100% fit, then I wouldn't play Hazlewood. If he's not 100%, I don't play him. I play Scott Boland. Inside edge from Shami. Back-to-back boundaries. He's getting some runs here, Shami, but it wasn't convincing. Could have easily chopped on to the stumps there. Australia looking for this 8th wicket. Scott Boland here. Just an inside edge from Shami. Nearly chopped it onto the stumps. How often do we see that? Inside edge onto the stumps. But on this occasion, went down a fine leg for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Shami, but not really convincing, that one. Scott Boland would be hoping to get a wicket here if he can. He's bowled well, as always. So back to your question there, Stephen. I would go with Scott Boland over Hazlewood if Hazlewood's not fit. That's just the way I see it, because there's some confidence from the Australian camp that he could be fit for that first test, but with Josh Hazlewood, he hasn't had that game time in him. He hasn't played back-to-back test matches. As they run a couple of runs here, Shami moves on to 10. Scott definitely deserves an opportunity, obviously, because he's done well. So I will go down with Scott Boland ahead of Hazlewood just because on fitness for that first test. And keep Mitchell Stark in there because he does add a little bit of difference with that left arm. I know he can go for runs, as this one's a play to miss by Shami. And there's no runs. At the end of the over, it's 8 for 282. India trail by 187. So I hope that answers your question there, Stephen. Or if Hazlewood is fit, then I would go with Hazlewood or Boland, but it would depend on his fitness. So at this stage, Scott Boland's bowled well in this test. I would think that he would get an opportunity at Edgbaston. It's probably the same thing with Michael Nessa, really, because he's done pretty well in county cricket, and a lot of people have talked about him getting an opportunity. And I think he will, Nessa, because I think Australia, they will rotate their bowlers in this Ashes series. I don't see many of them playing back-to-back tests. Scott Boland can, because he's built out that stamina and he can bowl a lot of overs. He's the workhorse. As Cummins in now to Thakur. This one's a short ball. Thakur went to pull, didn't time it, didn't connect. That's good from Cummins to set the tone in this over. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there, Australia, ahead of the Ashes. But I do see them rotating their bowlers like they did in 2019 to keep them fresh. It will be the same with England as well because they've got many injuries. Stuart Broad, James Anderson won't play back-to-back tests. They'll play probably 3. Anderson made that clear when he was asked that question as Cummins into Thakur, who defends to mid-on, no run, not taking the single. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, Australia. Jihan says now we have to walk for Australia to collapse to 170 all out and then India chase 380 on day 5 with the same low order slogging. Let's hope that doesn't happen, Jihan. But Australia in a good position with a lead of 187. That's not bad. Make that 183 now because Thakur just smashed the boundary down the ground for 4 off this full delivery from Pat Cummins. Just erring on the fuller side there, Pat Cummins. Shadow Thakur. He did make a 50. The last time he batted here, he did make a half century against England in that 21 series a couple of years ago. So I can see why India selected him for this test match, but it could have been the wrong selection, I think, in the end. Thakur takes the runs. Coming back for 2. He'll get there. A couple of runs. Moves on to 47, Thakur. India trail by 181. They've done well to fight back today, India. But you would say Australia's still in the box seat with a lead of 181. You would think they'll set India a difficult target to chase on a pitch that has shown some signs of up and down, uneven bounce, deterioration. And the Australian bowlers a little bit more effective than the Indian bowlers were. John says, if Hazlewood is fit, they'll probably drop Boland. Yes, I think that will happen if he's fit, Josh Hazlewood. But if he isn't fit, then they'll go with Scott Boland. He definitely deserves his opportunity. As Cummins in now to Thakur, who's on 47. This one's short. Thakur tries to pull, mistimes it, hits him on the body. There's no run. Australia just need 2 wickets to wrap this up, get out there and start batting, and look on to push on their advantage. But still a long way back for India in this match. 187 runs, 181, I should say, behind. So Cummins will look to dot this ball up here. Keep Shami on strike. Cummins in now to Thakur. This one full driven. Pass mid-off for 4 from Thakur. Bring up his half-century. Well, back-to-back half-centuries for Shadow Thakur. He loves batting here at the Oval. Got a half-century in the last test that he played here. He didn't really look convincing at the start of his innings, Thakur. A little bit on edge. I think Australia probably didn't attack him enough with the short ball at the start of his innings because he did look a little bit vulnerable. But since then, he's been pretty good. He's been showing a bit of fight, a bit of ticker. But anyway, even though the last ball went for 4, at least Mohammad Shabi's on strike for this next server to Scott Boland. David Warner will be thinking about batting soon. He showed some promising signs in the first innings. David Warner under pressure. Steve Smith was exceptional. 31st Test century in England. In his career. Another century in England. I believe his 7th Test century in England. So he loves batting in these conditions. 50 for Shadow Thakur. John, you say, remember Border was a Mr. Nice Guy until Chappelli got in his ear. Yes, Alan Border, one of Australia's great captains, was very reluctant to take on the job, but then he became his own and turned Australian cricket around. for the better during a very tough period in the 80s. As Cameron Green's back into the attack, Scott Boland off, Cameron Green in, which is a good from Cameron Green. Give him a bit of experience and hopefully he can wrap it up. He did well to get rid of Pajara yesterday. Took a very good catch to get rid of Jinkarahani in the gully. Stephen, you say, I actually think Mark Taylor was the best captain. Cummins and Smith more led by example type captains. Not sure they are the border. Steve Waugh type leaders. I guess everyone's different. Everyone has their own style. Tubby was good. He got the best out of his team. And he sort of made the Australian team his own, really. Sort of under Border and Bob Simpson, it was more Bob Simpson calling the shots, whereas with Mark Taylor, it was more him making the decisions rather than Bob Simpson when he was still coach of the Australian team. It's this one driven a bit off by Shammy, and there's no run. Cameron Green. He's already got a wicket. Looking for another one. Jihan says, was about to say Mark Taylor, probably best overall. Yeah, he was a very good leader. Tubby? Jihan, you say Steve Waugh had that aura, but to be fair, a lot of that was the team he led. He was ultra aggressive, but I think a little too much at times, like in India 2001. Green into Shami. This one's short. Shami pulls to deep backward square leg. Travis Head does the fielding for one. Australia just need 2 wickets. They lead technically by 176 runs. So that's not a bad first innings lead. Going into the second innings, you think that's pretty good for Australia, and they've got the advantage there in this match. India will be under the pump, of course, as they are. There's Green in now to Thakur. This one down the leg side, short ball. Quarter wide by Chris Gaffney. So probably not what Cameron Green intended that ball to be. A little bit wide, that one. $175. India trail by. Yeah, that one down the leg side, caught wide. Green in now to Thakur. This one swinging him outside edge, gone. Yes, he's gone. Thakur has edged it. He's gone for 51. He went for a big drive outside the off stump. Went for a big drive. Got the outside edge. Alex Carey did the rest. And Cameron Green picks up his second wicket. That is the end of Shardul Thakur. He's gone for a very good innings of 51. And he is on his way. Yeah, just having a big drive there, Thakur. Outside edge. That's the wicket Cameron Green wanted. That's his second. Thakur gone for 51. Caught Carey, bowled by Green. And India 9 down. Mohammad Siraj is the last man in. Number 11, he is a genuine number 11, Mohammad Siraj. So I don't think he'll be sticking around for much longer. But good from Australia just to wrap it up quickly after lunch, after a very frenetic first session, you'll have to say. But Thakur, he's gone for a half century. Cameron Green, good to see him in the wickets. A very exciting talent. By the way, Cameron Green, he's going to be a very good test cricketer for Australia. Learning his craft still. He's still young. He's only 24. But he'll be hoping to get better and better as he progresses, as he develops. So it's good to see him doing well here. Cameron Green. In now to Siraj. This one a wide delivery outside off stump. And Siraj leaves comfortably. No run there. Alex Carey, he's kept well behind the stumps, Carey. It was going to be a big test for him. First time in England playing a test match. He's done okay behind the stumps. Done okay. Just a outside edge there from Thakur's bat. And Cameron Green doing the business for Australia. Siraj on strike now. Green to Siraj. This one full on the pad. Trapped it in front. He's out LBW. Chris Gaffney raises his finger. That looked pretty good. I think that was going to hit the base of leg stump. And Australia have potentially wrapped up the innings quickly here. We sort of expected this. Siraj wasn't going to stick around for long. He's a genuine number 11. And the Australians are walking off. So they think, yep, that's out. No need to stick around for much longer. Let's get into the batting. Let's have a look. India reviewed it. This is the thing we talked about with the DRS. Teams just burning reviews for the sake of it. That looked pretty good. Yeah, no question about that. That's probably going to hit leg stump. Right in front of the stumps as well. Siraj, no bash involved, I don't think. Oh, there was. Well then, a good review. Siraj knew straight away that he hit it. So the Australians, they have to come back onto the field because they started walking off. They have to come back because he's hit it. Outside edge. Well, inside edge, I should say. Well, the Australian team were halfway up to the dressing room because they thought that was pretty much out. Chris Gaffney gave it out, but it was a bit of bat there. Siraj survives. But I don't think he's going to survive much longer. He could get out this ball. You never know. Funny things have happened. Green in now to Siraj. And Siraj drives to the fielder at point. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. Good over from Cameron Green. Got the wicket of Thakur. Nearly got the wicket of Siraj, but overturned a review. It's 9 for 294. 9 for 244. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. And the Australian team have bowled better after lunch. They've gotten the wickets. They've regrouped after lunch. And they're looking to wrap this up as quickly as they can. They only need one wicket to go. They've got Shami and Siraj at the crease. And they'll be hoping to wrap this up, get out there and start batting. And a very good lead of 175. That's a good bonus going into the second innings. It's a good head start. Shami on strike. John says Taylor was a good tactician and leader. That's why he held his spot when his batting fell off. Yes, he did. He went for a little bit of a form slump there. Tubby. Stark in to Shami, who drives. Outside off stump. Will it get to the boundary? It won't. Good fielding. In the end, very good fielding by Labuschagne. He manages to rein it in out there in the deep. Just going to have a check just in case that was 4. Jihan says, how about Hazelwood, Cummins and Boland? Try and baseball that attack. Yeah. Well, it's a pretty good attack. But it'd be interesting to see how England go, especially with Australia's bowlers and their new philosophy. And it'd be interesting to see how they go there. Just to say, Gian, I have a feeling England would try to target Stark. They may. He does go for runs, Stark, but he can take you wickets. He just needs to find his radar at times. Now, Marnus Labuschagne did touch the rope. Whether or not he had the ball in his hand is another question for the third umpire to answer. Umpire Richard Illingworth says that's okay. 2 runs. Shami on 13. Siraj yet to get off the mark. Stephen, you say Steve Waugh, the dressing room was not happy. It was not a happy one. He divided players over little things. He wanted players to be in his image. Yeah, there were some tension there with Steve Waugh, especially with Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne and Steve Waugh had a bit of friction, as we know. That one trickles out to the offside and there's no run. Jihan says, I never understood the rift between Gilly and Warney. They got on great in the Fox combox, though. I think Warney wanted his Victorian mate, Darren Berry, to take over from Healy. Yes. Yep. So there was some talk about that as well. As Stark into Shammy. This one outside off stump. Shammy didn't quite connect. Straight through to the keeper. John says, full at the stumps. Cameron, finish it. Well, he did with that LBW to Siraj, but Siraj got a bit of bat on that. So, and the Australian team thought it was over, but they had to walk back, as Stephen mentions here. Well, they thought it was, it looked pretty good. It was out. It was plumb as. But, Mohammad Siraj said, no, I hit that. And he reviewed it straight away. Short ball from Stark, an attempted pull from Shammy. He's got a bit of bat on that. Umpire Illingworth raises his finger. That is the end of the Indian innings. Finally, they're all out for 296. And they trail by 173. And Australia have a very good first innings lead going into the second innings. The Australian team have wrapped things up. And we'll have a run through the scorecard. Usman Khawaja and David Warner will be looking to get out there and start their batting. So Shammy gone, went for the pull, got the outside edge, and straight to Alex Carey, who takes another good catch. Alex Carey and Mitchell Stark gets a wicket. He finishes off proceedings. So there we go. India all out for 296. Mitchell Stark delighted with that wicket as the umpires and the Australian team walk off. The Indian batters have already walked off. Shammy and Siraj are going to think about their bowling now. Pat Cummins will be in a way happy. I wouldn't say he was happy in that first session, but I think he's a little bit more happier in this second session. So there we go. Siraj is not out. We'll have a run through of the scorecard. It's going to be 10 overs for changeover as Australia begin their second innings. And they weren't going to enforce the follow-on anyway, Australia, but that was taken out of their hands. But they weren't going to do that anyway. So Mohammad Shammy, last wicket to fall by Stark. India all out for 296. Stephen says they should review that. Well, I don't think you should review that because it did come off the edge. India all out for 296, and Ajinkya Rahane top scored with 89. 69.4 overs they faced India, and they will be happy with their fight back today, India, but there's still a long way to go for the Indian team. They're still behind the 8 ball. Yes, they did bat well a little bit today, but still 170 odd runs in inner ears of Australia. Pressure on them, especially if Australia do get a bit of a move on. But the plan for Australia is to bat today and bat tomorrow, see where they're at tomorrow, declare potentially, or get bowled out, whichever is the latter, and then think about winning this test match. So we've still got plenty of time in this test match. We have lost a lot of overs because of the slow over rates, which has been a very big problem in this test match. And it's a problem that plagues test cricket and all forms of cricket today. John says 140 odd for the last 4 wickets. I like to see that from Australia when the batting doesn't deliver. From Australia when the batting doesn't deliver. John says there. Yeah, it was a little bit frustrating, but Australia managed to get the wickets. They regrouped after lunch. They just said, let's go back to the basics. And that's what they did. And they wrapped it up. And Mitchell Stark, excuse me, picking up the last wicket there, Richard Illingworth. Straightforward decision for him. Stephen says, quick fire, 200, please. Well, let's hope. David Warner, Usman Khawaja will be hoping for some runs. You can score runs on this surface. Both teams have showed that. You get in, get set, There's been an assistance for the bowlers at times, but once you get set, you can take the run scoring up a notch. And that's what we've seen from both teams thus far. So 469 for Australia all out, 296 for India. The difference is 173. And Australia pretty much well in control of this test match. They can dictate terms. They can dictate how the pace of this game will be dictated now. And they'll be looking just to bat and bat for as long as they can. But it's definitely their test match to win. It's very tough for India to come back in this situation, even though despite the resistance from the Indian batters. As Stephen says, I'd like a day and a half time to bowl them out at least. Yes, we do have that reserve day just in case, the 6th day, just in case the weather intervenes. So there's still plenty of time for Australia to win this test match. It's not like time's going to be a factor. So they've got plenty of time to win this test match, and it'll be good for the bowlers just to have a rest. They've only bowled 69 overs, nearly 70, whereas the Indian bowlers bowled over 100. So the Indian bowlers will still be feeling a bit sore and weary after their bowling effort in the first innings, where they bowled over 100 overs. John, you say it's ours to lose from here. Pretty much. But I think Australia will bat sensibly and go about their business in a very professional manner. Stephen says, really? There's a 6th day? Wow, I didn't know that. Yes, Stephen, there is a reserve day. So just in case the final, we lose around about an hour. So if we lose an hour of playing time, we can play and make that up on the 6th day, which is Monday. This is day 3. Tomorrow's day 4, day 5, Sunday, day 6, Monday. So that's for bad weather to get a result. There is rain forecast a little bit, but I don't think that will have any impact. So if you remember what happened 2 years ago with New Zealand and India and Southampton, we had to go to the reserve day for that WTC final a couple of years ago because it just rained. But I don't think we're going to use that in this final, Stephen. But there is a reserve day just in case we lose time in the match. And that's up our sleeves just in case. As John points out here, reserve day for bad weather to get a result. Yep. That's if we lose an hour of playing time. But, we've lost a few overs because of slow over rate. But, that's not really bad weather, isn't it? It's just more the pace of the game, not really moving on that fast. So there we go. But enough time to force a result in this test match. If it's a draw, then both teams share the trophy, which has a lot of people talking about that. John says, does the reserve day also apply to lost time due to slow over rates? I don't think so, John. I think it's only for rain, bad weather. We have lost a lot of overs because of slow over rate in this test match. It's only for bad weather. I don't think it applies to slow over rates. I don't think so. It may. I don't know. I may have to look at the playing conditions in the fine print. But going off the top of my head, I don't think so. Because of it's only meant for bad weather and for losing significant chunks of time, which obviously weather does, obviously, when you have a bit of a, break in play with weather. So I'll have to check the playing conditions, John. I'll probably check that up and get back to you on that. I'll probably do that now as we have a bit of a break for 10 minutes. But India, all out for 296. Australia will resume their innings and all out for 296. The Australian bowlers, a bit of a patchy performance, you have to say. Stephen says Thakur. Well, a lot of time was Thakur's wrist injury. Yes, you gotta remember that the third umpire will give allowances So for the Fed umpire, will give allowances to injuries and delays in play. So especially for injury, concussion, they give allowances for that for the team, for the fielding side. So that will be taken into consideration. But we have lost some overs because of that. Jihan says, I wish Nick and Gabe would jump on to see that banter. Gabe predicted Australia to win the WTC final in their review of the India-Australia series. They would. Yeah, it's just the time difference, Jihan. It's not really working out for them. I think they would like to cover some, obviously this final and also the Ashes, of course, but their time difference from America to England, it's not really that flash. So it would be nice to see them come on. They may have some time if they do have some time to come on and talk about this final, but they have other commitments. All right, so the Australian opening batters are back out, and it's going to be Usman Khawaja, David Warner. It'd be interesting to see how David Warner goes. I think there's a lot of pressure on him. But I think in the first innings, he showed some signs of some good stuff. He scored 40 odd runs, so that's not a bad start for David Warner. There's a lot of pressure on David Warner. Australia lead by 175. We're about to begin this second innings for Australia. John says, good time for me to make a cup of tea. Absolutely, John. Well, there's a break in play, but play's about to resume. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll be here for a little while of the second session. We'll be here for a few more overs of the Australian innings, and then we'll call it stumps. Pull-up stumps, I should say. David Warner, Usman Khawaja. Opening batters for Australia. David Warner looks like he won't take strike. It will be Usman Khawaja. He will take strike. Usman Khawaja. He's had a pretty good couple of years, Usman Khawaja, since he's come back into the test side. Got out for a duck in the first innings. He would like to make amends for that. Mohammad Shami on strike. Sorry, bowling the first over. Usman Khawaja on strike. So here we go. Shami in now to Khawaja. First over of the Australian second innings. Khawaja defends comfortably, and there's no run. Australia lead by 173 runs. They are in the box seat to win this test match and to win their first WTC title, which they missed out a couple of years ago because of the slow over rate problems. Shami in now to Khawaja, who defends for no run. Second innings has begun for Australia. Virat Kohli got out to a very good delivery by Mitchell Starc in the first innings, of course. Shami In again to Khawaja. This one down the leg side. And Khawaja works it down to long leg for a single. He's off the mark. He's off the pair. Didn't want to get that pair, Usman Khawaja, but he's off the pair now. David Warner on strike. Lead now 174 for Australia. Chamois into Warner. This one into the pads of Warner. Warner defends. It's no run. Usman Khawaja, he was out for a duck in the first innings. He'll be hoping to get a big score in this second innings and really put Australia in a dominant position in this test match, of course. Chamois in to Warner. Warner defends. There's no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll be here for a few more overs of the Australian second innings. Thanks, everyone, for joining us, having a bit of a chat about this test, but also cricket in general. Thanks, everyone, for joining us, and we'll be here for the next few overs. So do drop by. Chamois into Warner. Warner drives to the fielder at point, and there's no run. That's the end of the first over. Australia none for one. They lead by 174. 174 runs. Australia lead by. After the first over, none for one. David Warner, Usman Khawaja off the mark. Warner yet to score. And you'll have to say Australia will be liking their position at the moment with a lead of 174. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for dropping by. We hope to see you back for the Ashes to come. That will be our next streaming for the test matches there. So we hope to see you back for that as well. But thanks for dropping by. Just a reminder for everyone, we'll be here for another few overs. As Mohammad Siraj comes into the attack. He bowled well in the first inning, Siraj. He got 4 wickets. He was the only Indian bowler that really gave it his all. He's into Khawaja, and Khawaja defends to fielder on the leg side, mid-wicket. Is that right? Absolutely, Stephen. We'll be covering the Ashes, of course, and the women's Ashes as well. 2 very important series on the horizon for both the men's and women's team for Australia and England. Siraj into Khawaja. This one a play and a miss outside off stump. There was an appeal for caught behind. Bharat was up. Rohit Sharma doesn't look like he's convinced. Rohit Sharma having a discussion. Rohit Sharma says, no, I don't want to review that. John, you say if time is lost due to rain or weather conditions on any of the 5 days, the WTC final test match at the Kennington Oval in London, the same can be made up on the reserve day. Yes, John. However, in the case of a full day's play is possible on all 5 days of the test match, no result is produced. The reserve day would not be utilized to determine a winner. I think that's the relevant law here. Okay, John, so you've searched that up in the playing conditions. and Kawaja leaves outside off stump. I think that sounds right. So mainly for weather. That's the reserve day, mainly for the weather aspect. So I don't think we're going to have weather affect us in this test match. I think we're going to be fine. So thanks for that, John. But I'll do a bit of research myself and have a look at the playing conditions later on and see if that is correct. Kawaja works this ball onto the leg side and there's no run. Usman Khawaja off the mark. He scored the first run for Australia in this test match, in the second innings, I should say. Sirajan again to Warner. This one defended to the offside and there's no run. Australia lead by 174. Siraj about to bowl his final delivery of this over. He's in now to Khawaja, who leaves outside off stumps. The end of the over to Maiden. It's still none for one after two. Australia still lead by 174. Shami. Again to Warner. This one wide of stump, and David Warner leaves easily. Thanks, everyone. We'll be here for another over. So after this over, we'll be here for one more over, and then we'll call it quits. So we've been here for nearly 4 hours. Wasn't expecting to do the second session, but you know how it is. We get caught up in the moment. Time, of course. I know, sir, my voice is starting to go a little bit. Shami into Warner. This one short. Warner works it down to fine leg for one. John, you say, however, in case a 4 days plays. Sorry, I've already read that one. John says, it reads to me that slow over rate isn't applicable, but light loss to bad light would be, as it would prevent a 4 days play. Yes, that is correct. So it's mainly for the weather, I think, not for over rates or any delays of that sort of nature. Only for extreme weather conditions. This is one short by Shami. Khawaja gets in behind it. Sorry, excuse me. Ducks underneath it. There's no run. Jeff Thompson in the crowd. Watching this WTC final, Jeff Thompson. There's Tomo. Very lightning quick fast bowler in the 70s. Had a good partnership with Dennis Lilly. Enjoying himself, enjoying the cricket. I'm sure he's enjoying watching the Australian team, having a chat there in the crowd. Good to see Tomo. Shami in to Khawaja. This one short, pulled to the fielder at square leg. That's no run. Yes, John. I think I'll be drinking the honey and lemon, I think. Soothe the throat, soothe the vocal cords. But, yes, get caught up in the moment and time passes you by and you think, oh, I was only meant to be here for the first session, and then we're into the second session. So, well, we might as well. But we'll be here for another over. Chamois in to Khawaja. This one down the leg side. Straight through the keeper, and there's no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Thanks for watching, tuning in, wherever you may be around the world. It's always good to chat with everyone from all different parts of the cricketing world. That's the beauty of cricket. It brings people together from all parts of the world. Cricket is a global game. It does bring people together. So here we go. Chamois into Khawaja. This one outside off stump. Khawaja leaves, and there's no run. End of the third over. It's still none. It's none for two for Australia. They lead by 176. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. This will be our last over, as we will sign off as Australia begin their reply in their second innings. They lead by 175 after India were dismissed for 296. Australia made 469 in their first innings. So here we go. It's going to be Siraj again, this time to Warner. And this one beats him. Past his outside edge. The angle across from around the wicket. From over the wicket, I should say. There's no run. India. They've done well to fight back here. It's still an uphill battle, you'll have to say, with India in terms of how they get into this test match, how they get back into it. But they have done okay to fight back on day 3. Siraj loses his run-up. Something in the footmarks there, probably caught him unawares. Not happy with how he took off there. And just that front foot, just not happy with that. So we have to re-bowl that one again. Warner. This time again beaten. Again, David Warner. Outside off stump. Went flirting at that one. He looked promising in the first innings, David Warner. Be hoping to get a few more runs here. John, you say, I'll see it out again. Have to be up at 4 a.m. anyway. Well, perfect timing, John. Might as well. Late nights, of course, here in Australia, when you're watching Australia play in England, of course, with the Ashes. Marnus Labuschagne having a sleep. He's got his eyes closed. He's got his pads on. He's just reclining nicely in the chair. He's saying, Uzi and Davey, put on a big partnership. I think that will be the plan for Australia. Their lead is 175. Khawaja. Siraj into Warner, and he's gone. Outside edge. He's gone, and Labuschagne, he has to walk out. David Warner is gone for one. Flashing at this one outside off stump. Sooner or later, he was going to nick it, and he did. Warner is gone. Australia lose their first wicket. He's gone for one. David Warner trying to drive that ball outside off stump. Unfortunately, got the outside edge. Marnus Labuschagne was having a bit of a sleep. And now he's been woken up, and now he has to come out and bat. He was hoping for a nice sleep. He was hoping for a very nice sleep. Marnus Labuschagne, unfortunately, he's got to go. And David Warner's out, caught behind by Bharat, bowled by Siraj, who's got the first wicket. So India get the first wicket of the second innings for Australia. That's understandable, John. Yeah. So I guess you're sort of used to that. So you're sort of used to those different sleep patterns. So whereas other people may feel a little bit jaded and tired by staying up late too often. Marnus Labuschagne arrives at the crease. David Warner's gone. Australia lose their first wicket at 1 for 2. Labuschagne was having a nice sleep on the chair there in the dressing room, but he was woken up because David Warner was gone, all the excitement. And he has to walk out there to the middle as Mohammad Siraj picks up his first wicket. He's bowled well, Siraj, in this test match. He's picked up 5 wickets now, 4 in the first, 1 here. Marnus Labuschagne batted well in the first innings. He would be disappointed in the way he got out, but he'd be hoping to make amends and get a big score here. But Australia still are in control of this test match. They lead by 175. They're still in the box seat to definitely set India a very difficult target to chase if they can get up to around about 300 plus, up towards 350. That will be a pretty good target. Maybe even 400. Siraj into Labuschagne, who defends onto the offside, and there's no run. Mohammad Siraj, he's kept steaming in for India, the workhorse. David Warner just looking to drive that through the offside, and he got an outside edge, so he was sort of asking for trouble by playing that shot. He played and missed it a few times in this over to Siraj, and he finally nicked it on the toe end of the bat. So I don't think David Warner would be too happy about that. But there's a smile from David Warner as he walked off. Siraj. Siraj is in. This one wraps Labuschagne on the gloves again. This one reared up. Just like in the first innings where Labuschagne got hit on the gloves, the same thing has happened here in the second innings. This time off, Siraj is bowling. We've seen this pitch have a little bit up and down, and this one just reared up and caught Labuschagne on the top hand. He dropped the bat straight away. We've seen a few batters get hit on the gloves, get hit on the body with this up and down nature of this pitch. That's not a good sign if you're an Indian batter, especially batting last on this surface. So definitely Australia with the upper hand with a lead of 175. Virat Kohli trying to G the crowd up, as he always does, trying to get the energy going, but India have a long way to go in this test match. Australia definitely have the advantage. Siraj into Labuschagne. Defence onto the leg side for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 2. Australia in control of this test match. 4 overs are done in this second innings for Australia. The lead, 170 odd. Be hoping to push on here and get that over 200 by tea if they can. But we've seen this pitch rear up, cause a few batters discomfort, especially hitting them on the gloves and all that. John says the rest of the top order has to file. Can't rely on the middle order all the time. And can't rely on the tail, really. Yes, but they'll be digging in here, that's for sure. Labuschagne and Kawasha. It's good batting conditions still. Sun's out. they'll be hoping to cash in. This one's short. Down the leg side by Shami, Khawaja attempted to pull. There was a polite inquiry by Muhammad Shami, and umpire Illingworth said not out. So India going to the short ball early. They didn't do that early enough in the first innings, especially to Travis Head, who really got firing and got off to a bit of a flyer. So they've changed their tactics in the second innings, I suppose. But Shami, and again to Khawaja, who leaves outside off stump. There's no run. Usman Khawaja off the mark. He got out for a duck in the first inning, so he's off the pair. So he'll be hoping to get a good score here, especially heading into the Ashes, of course, and also to put Australia in a good position in this test match. So this will be our last over. And then we will sign off. Not sure if we will be back for the conclusion of this WTC final. We may be back. We may be not be back. So Shami into Khawaja. This one traps him on the pads. An appeal for LBW. Umpire says not out. Shadow Tuckle saying it was high, so don't consider reviewing it. That could be the case. It did look a little bit high. Let's have a look. Yeah, hit him on the thigh off the back leg, so definitely going over. Good decision by umpire Illingworth again. Shami, 3 balls left of his over. To Khawaja now. He's in now, Shami. To Khawaja. This one, another short ball down the leg side and signaled a wide by umpire Chris Gaffney at square leg. Umpire Illingworth confirms that to the scorers. That one too short by Muhammad Shami. Lead now 176 for Australia. Extra delivery, extra run. Shami in again to Khawaja. This one left alone again outside off stump. There's no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. This will be our last over, and it could be the last time that we could be streaming in this WTC final. We may come back if the match gets close, or we may come back or do that, but we will have to wait and see. But thanks for joining us as always, everyone. I hope everyone has enjoyed the cricket as Shami's into Khawaja, who defends onto the offside. There's no run. Last ball left before we sign off. Shami. In now to Khawaja. This one outside edge. It beats the fielder at gully. It will race away to the third man boundary for at least a couple of runs. Curley does the fielding. They'll come back for a couple. It is the end of the over. 2 runs to finish. And that will be the end of us as well. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I hope everyone has enjoyed the cricket today. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. And we will be back potentially for some part of this WTC final. We may not be back at all. And we may be back for the Ashes, which is coming up very shortly. So do join us for that. We may be back for the Ashes next week. So Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I hope everyone will have a good day, good evening, wherever you're from. We won't be probably back for this WTC final. If not, do join us for the Ashes next week. First test from Edgbaston. So do join us for those live streams. We may be back for the WTC final, may not, but do tune in for the Ashes, which are starting next week. It should be a good series, and it should be a very good series, entertaining series it should be. So do join us for that if we don't come back for this WTC final. That's our next live stream. Thank you, John. Thanks for joining as always. Hope to see you back on the next stream. And that will be during the Ashes, potentially, if we don't come back for this remainder of this WTC final. But thanks, everyone. It's shaping up to probably be Australia's test match. They're in a good position. They lead by 180. A lot of work for India to do. But they've done well to fight back today. But you would think that it's Australia's test match to go on and really put the advantage in this test match for them. So it is shaping up to be a potential Australia victory. Nothing is certain yet because we're only day 3 of the test, second session. But it probably looks like that Australia would put themselves in a very dominant position. So thanks, everyone, for joining us. If no one has any final comments or any questions, then we'll sign off. And we will see you next time. All righty then. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Sorry, let me try and say that again. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, of course. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Very simple thing to do. Only takes you a few seconds. Make sure if you're on Twitter and Instagram, we're on those social media platforms as well. If you do listen to the podcast on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple, we're on there as well. So make sure you check out all those things concerning the podcast. And do join us for our next live stream, potentially. Will be the last few days of this WTC final. If not, it will be the first test of the first Ashes test, which will be at Edgbaston starting next week. Do join us for that. It's sure to be a cracking Ashes series upon us. But thank you, everyone, who's joined us for the last 4 hours for the first and second and a bit sessions of this live stream today. It's been great talking to you all. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. And I hope you have a good evening or a good morning, wherever you may be around the world. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.